What's going on, guys? Good afternoon. Welcome back to United View. Hope everyone is doing very well. Welcome back to Match View Live. Live we are indeed for Manchester United versus Crystal Palace in the Premier League at Old Trafford. Kickoff is in just under 2 hours' time. Team news is coming out in 45 minutes' time. How are we all feeling? Are we feeling ready? Are we feeling excited? Are we feeling like the unbeaten run from Michael Carrick at Manchester United is going to continue? What is it, 10 games in a row unbeaten in the Premiership this season, or in this calendar year? Excuse me. And I tell you, I'm excited. You know, our team, we don't really play that often, do we? We don't play that often. So, yeah, we've had to wait since Monday. And the performance wasn't great, but the result was the most important thing. And that is the same today, isn't it? The result is the most important thing today because Aston Villa, they slipped up on Friday against Wolves. Of course, Chelsea, they're playing today against Arsenal. Something's got to give there. So maybe we can not only catch up on Aston Villa, going to third in the Premier League. Can you imagine? Third position in the Prem, with a victory today, but also create distance from those that are chasing us as well. Not only climb up the table, but make distance from us, from everywhere else as well. And considering from where we were last season to where we are right now, where we were, even 5-6 months ago to where we are now, it's pretty remarkable, isn't it? And Flex said it in his road trip, and we'll be bringing you that a little bit later on. Hey, win. That's all it's about, yeah? That's all it's about. Just win. Just get it done.
Believe.
And it starts.
At J_B_01 super chatted £10. Oops.
I mean, it was meant to be oops, but it didn't even bother. Well, if you're not familiar, this is the last day that you can raise the lemon counter, what is being known as the lemon counter. You can see it at the top of the screen. It's now up to 38. Long story. I said some stuff. I apologize for saying stuff.
At Big Yo-Yo super chatted $9.99. The MUT WWE Championship belt is within sight. Believe, lemon emoji.
Yeah, I believe. I just got to compose myself. It'll be fine. Yeah, if you're not familiar, I said some stuff. I apologize. I'm taking accountability. Involving Senna lemons. I've got the sour sweets. Today's the last day you can add to the counter. Obviously, I'm not doing, what's it up to now? I'm not doing 39 in one go because, it'd be the end of Owen on United View. End of Owen alive, actually. But we'll do a couple today, and then it's just about chipping away at that number. It is a prison sentence. You don't just be held accountable for something and then do one thing. Oh, that's it. I'm done. No, this is serious. I take accountability serious. Okay. So if you can't do the crime, don't do the time. So, yeah. Skilliana says, I love sour sweets. This doesn't seem like a punishment. These are not sweets, Skilliana, though. Like, I'm with you. I don't mind a bit of sour. They're not sweets. They're heinous. You know what I mean? They are heinous. Absolutely brutal. I didn't think the damage it would do with 5 the other day. I did 5 on one of the morning shows, and I thought, I'll just do that a few times and it'll be easy done. No, I've got to space it out. I've got to space it out. So we'll do a few today, and then tomorrow I might not do one on Monday, and then I'll do it on Tuesday. And we'll keep going with that. And then after that, also as well, so people aren't wondering. After that, the TTS will be a thing where blues and greens will be read out as and whenever during the streams, and then yellow and above will be TTS. The nice balance.
At Tabers Abdullah 3207 super chatted £9.99. I've just parked up, I'm freezing, I feel a very tough game today. I think it'll be 1-1 in all honesty, but I hope I'm wrong. Let's go Carrick Stricky Reds. Hashtag pray for Howen, lemon emoji, lemon emoji.
Well, I don't like the fact that 40 is a lot. You know what I mean? 40 is a lot. Let's knock one down. Let's knock one off. That's what she said. All right. get the bag out. You know, not scammer or anything like that. One's actually fallen in the drawer. Might as well just leave the fucker out, mightn't we? Yeah. Makes me nervous. So, yeah, Man United play today. Problem. They don't get better. They do not get better. Oh, they won't get better. Oh. It's all right. Okay. It's rough. I can't talk when I do it. I can't give you content. I can't. Oh. That's all right. Once you get past the sour stuff that they're caked in, after that, it's okay. God, sweating. Oh. Oh. All right, though. There you go. We knocked one down. 39. Let's get straight into the news, actually, by the way, as well, because there is some team news. There was some concern and some worry yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw this about Kobbie Mainoo. So there were some pictures going around, or some videos going around of like team training, team vibes, all that stuff. And there was concern that maybe that Kobbie was injured and he wasn't going to make it because he wasn't featured in these in the videos and he wasn't seen in the pictures. Well, we've got
at Omar Toure 163 super chatted £9.99. I think this is out of order. They clearly do not cared about your health. Smiley face emoji, lemon emoji.
Anyway, apparently Kobbie's fine. Apparently Kobbie fine. That's the positive news. This is what our friend Sully had to say. He said, Karma, last I heard, there wasn't an injury concern with Kobbie Mainoo. Let's see if he's in the squad tomorrow. Positive atmosphere within Carrington continues.
At the Webfear super chatted $4.99. What has this down for your relationship to food and lemon things? The PTSD will be real. Smiley face emoji.
I'm not even the biggest fan of lemons in general. Like, I don't really have lemons. I think it'll be fine. It might put me off sweets, which is never a bad thing. But yes, Kobbie's fine. Sally said, Karma, last I heard, there wasn't an injury concern with Kobbie Mainoo. Let's see if he's in the squad tomorrow. The positive atmosphere within Carrington continues with some reasonable confidence going into the game tomorrow. Carrick and Co. know a place in the top 3 is available. So it was an interesting one. I mean, if you're in the chat, let us know, because I know Sully does do the rounds on match day. But it's a bit of a weird one there from Sully, where he's basically saying, look, there isn't an injury concern, but then also says, let's see if he's in the squad tomorrow, which maybe implies that he might not be in the squad later on today. But I think it'll be fine. It was just one of those. I think it was just one of those ones where people were looking into stuff a little bit too much, and also there's the fear, isn't there? There's the fear of, well, if Kobbie's not available, then who's the guy that's going to be going playing alongside Casemiro? That's right, Manuel Ugarte. And that scared a lot of people yesterday. I don't know what scares you more, actually. Is it the Kobbie injury, or is it the fact that Ugarte is the replacement? That's the concern is equal to both, really, isn't it? No disrespect to Ugarte, of course. So yeah, but it looks like he's fine. It looked like he's fine. We'll wait and see when the team news comes out. It does come out in about half an hour's time. So we'll see if Cobby indeed is in the squad today. But according to Sully, he should be. And he's fine. And he's okay. So that's positive news. As far as just that bench in general, the question is, I saw someone ask it in the chat, which is Benjamin Šeško going to start? What do you think? What do you think? I said this during the preview that for me, if it was me, I would start him. And obviously he deserves to start. But I'm not going to be shocked if he doesn't. And I'm certainly not going to be outraged.
At Rafferty super chatted £4.99. Would hate to be watching this show if we had West Ham defender Daniel Cummings in goal.
That's just out of order. Rafferty. That's just nasty work. That's just nasty work. This is a family show. It's just gone past midday, for goodness sake. What's wrong with you? There are kids watching. Hey? Rafferty. Disgraceful. Disgraceful behaviour. So yes, if it was me, I would start him. But like I said, I wouldn't be shocked if he doesn't. And I'm not doing this because we saw it going into the Everton game, didn't we? We saw it in the Everton game when that team news came out. And it was Šeško on the bench. Oh, the people that were like turning on Michael Carrick immediately. Genuinely, hang your head in shame because. Carrick, this is a problem. Remember, Carrick's a coward. I forgot about that. Carrick's a coward. Look at him, he's a coward. Brought him on in the second half at the right moment. He goes get the winning goal. I've mentioned it before. Sometimes if you're so effective coming off the bench, it can be a detriment to yourself because you get sort of stereotypes. You get that's your role, and you know, and. There is obviously, because of football, there's a heavy focus, isn't there, on who starts the game, who's starting the game, who's the starting 11. And if you're the big players, you want to play the most minutes possible. So I get it. You want to start a match. But I know it's a cliche, and I know it does sound like a cop-out when managers say it, but it is kind of true. Those people that finish the game, they are just as important. Because if a game can be turned on its head in a moment, or a game can be won in a moment, then there's not necessarily a complete necessity to play the full 90, is there? What if your best chance of scoring goals or your best chance of winning the game is having someone to be brought on? Because you look at our bench, otherwise, it's not strong. You know what I mean? It's not strong. Pyramid says, Owen, that's BS. No one goes up planning to be 0-0 and needing to bring on subs to win the game. Yeah, they do. Of course they do. Maybe not Manchester United, but the idea that no one does that, of course teams do that. If you're away from home in the Prem and you know it's going to be a tough game, you're going to struggle, you might go, look, let's make sure we don't concede earlier on and we bring some firepower on second half when the game opens up. That's a common tactic in football. What are you talking about, pyramid scheme? You know, what are you talking about? So I disagree with that. From United's perspective, yeah, I get it. You know, that's like small club tactics. But the idea that nobody does that, of course they do. Of course they do. It depends what the best way is of winning the game as well, you know. And like I said, for me, I would start him. I think it's the right game. You're at home. You're not this whole transition thing. I would start him. But at the same time, again, I'm spare me the fake outrage. I'll be completely honest with you. Spare me the fake outrage if he doesn't start. Because I'm tired of it. I'm tired. What I'm tired of. I was tired of not winning a lot under Ruben Amorim. Thankfully, I don't have to deal with that anymore, of Ruben Amorim and Manchester United not winning all the time. We win quite a lot now. So I can't complain. And I'm not going to I'm not going to complain that we're winning. I'm not, and I'm certainly not going to find things to complain about regarding us winning games. So yeah, like I said, spare me the fake outrage of, but he was signed for X amount of money. So why is he not starting a game? He'll start games. He will. You know, he might start today, and then he might not start the game on Wednesday against Newcastle. We don't know. And if we win the game, I don't really care that much. I don't want to dwell on it. And I'm, like I said, I'm not going to criticize the head coach and coaching staff who haven't lost yet. they haven't lost, you know, and there's still people questioning tactics and saying it's luck, and I just don't get it. I really don't get it. It's the same, you know, when we were playing bad, when we were losing, you had people telling you, be positive, you're being toxic, you're being negative. We're winning games now. We haven't lost this year. We're in March, by the way, 3 months into 2026. We haven't lost in the Prem, right? And they're still like, well, I don't, Sheshko, shouldn't he start? Look, he should start, but at the same time, like, God, like it's all right, and he'll get on the pitch. He'll probably score, you know. So, yeah, and certain games, sometimes you're better off being a sub. Sometimes you're better off being a sub. You don't want to be it all the time. And I don't think that's going to be Benjamin Sheshko's career. Oh, he's just going to be a Ole Gunnar Solskjaer super sub, and he's on the bench more often than he plays. He's a young guy, and one thing certainly too, you know, one thing certainly too is whatever Michael Carrick is doing with Benjamin Sheshko, it's working. He's getting the best out of him. He's getting good numbers out of him. He's getting goals out of him. Sheshko said it himself as well in one of the interviews. I think he was in the tunnel after the last game or whenever it was. And he basically was asked about not starting. He said, look, I just want to contribute. I just want to score. And I know that's the sort of generic footballer's answer, but I'm sure he's happy he's just scoring goals. Because this is the same. And I go back to it because I think it's the hypocrisy. About 4 months ago, yeah, this is the same Benjamin Sheshko that Man United fans, some of them, not all of them, but some Man United fans were saying that was a flop already. He's a flop, not good enough, not going to work in the Prem, can't finish, too many chances missing. Remember that? Oh, he's had a few one-on-one Sheshko and he's missed them. Oh, that Sheshko should be nowhere near the team. Now it's the same Sheshko there, bending over backwards to try and get him in. You know? And again, funny because some of the same people that were bending over backward to find strange excuses for Amorim are now doing the opposite of that for Michael Carrick when we're winning games. Make it make sense. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't make sense. So, like I said, if it was me, I'd start Sheshko today. I hope he starts today. I need to say shart. Definitely don't shart. I hope he starts today. If he doesn't, for me, it's not the end of the world. Jadine says, can we poll at Owen? I'm curious. What would you want the poll to be? Because I think the question here is important. Do we want the poll to be, does he start? Will he start? I think the more interesting question is, are you bothered? Are you bothered if he starts or doesn't start? Because I think that's the more interesting one. Because the obvious answer, you know, of should he start, it's going to be yes, isn't it? Do you think he starts? I think most people might lean towards yes. I think the more interesting one is, are you sort of bothered if Sheshko if Sheshko starts or not? That's the interesting one, I think. But you paid the super chat, Jadine. So, Jadine. So who is it? Was Jadine asked? Jadine said if Sheshko should start or not. I think most people will say yes though to that. I think an interesting one. I think a more interesting one is maybe are you bothered? But I'll go to your request. So, will Sheshko start today against Crystal Palace? There you go, with the watch, call it, and the thing. Yes, no. Poll is in the chat. Skiliano says, I'd lean towards Šeško starting, but not bothered if he doesn't start. Zolo says he should start, but even if he doesn't, we should be winning comfortably. That's the other part of it too. If Šeško doesn't start, I don't then look at it and go, where the goal's going to come from today? That front four, to be honest with you, hasn't delivered. Last couple of games, they've been poor, haven't they? That front four, and that only adds to the reason for Šeško starting. But if he does go with the same of Mbumo, Ahmad, Bruno, and Cunha, I'd just be looking at them going, look, you're at home. You can't put in the same level of performance you have away from home against West Ham and against Everton. And I wouldn't expect them to. So, like I said, either way, I'm not that bothered by it. I don't think it's a huge... I don't think it's a massive debate point when you're winning games and importantly, you're not losing games as well. Yeah. And as Daniel Luciano, well, that's the difficult one, Daniel Luciano, isn't it? I totally agree with don't fix what's not broke, but I think the pushback could be, and rightfully so could be, it's not broken in the sense that we were winning, but you would maybe look at some of the performances prior to Šeško coming on of some of those players and go, I did feel a bit sort of broke-ish. You know what I mean? It wasn't really sort of fluid and working well. But that's the key thing, Daniel Luciano. That's the key thing. Carrick has earned the trust. I think he's earned the right for us not to go mad on him if he doesn't start Šeško. Now, if he decides to keep it as is, like I said, I'm certainly not going to be this is why he can't be the coach, because he's a fraud and he's scared and he's so scared he doesn't want to change his team. Oh, by the way, the criticism of him, if he did change his team, would be he's changing his team too much. What's he changing his team? He's too much of a coward that he can't pick the same team. He picks the same team every single week. He's such a coward, he won't make changes to his team. Oh, I've got to be different. And I've got to say the opposite of what the truth is every time. That's what I've got to do all the time. What's he done this week? He's made changes. Oh, I should have kept the same team, man. What's he done this week? He's kept the same team. Oh, I should have made changes. God, And I'll say it after the game once I know all the information, so I look smart. Wow, you should have done this. You won't say that before the game. Wow, that's always goes. Always goes, isn't it? Always the way. Where are we at in terms of likes? We're over 500 people watching. We're currently at 190 likes. So if you haven't already, click the like button and be sure to subscribe to United View. If indeed you are new, and an interesting one actually with the poll. Will Šeško start today against Crystal Palace? Yes is leading the way, but not as much as I thought. Not as much as I thought, actually. Only 56%, 58%, excuse me, it's gone up to now. 58% of you say yes. Now it's gone to 60, but in and around that sort of 60-40. So there is, to be fair, there's more than I thought of you that are saying, well, I'm not sure. Maybe the super sub thing might be a bit of a thing for him at the moment. But as Flex said in his road trip, which we'll watch shortly, I don't care. Just win. That's what Manchester United need to do. If you haven't already, like I said, click the like button. I'm just making sure that I've got all my stuff up to date here. Like Mike says, we was about Šeško. So hold. I mean, Mike, if you're going to try and do a bit of a slam dunk, you've got to get all your words in the super chat, man. You've got to. The irony is you've left out the word right in trying to say that you were right. So I can't. What am I there to hold? You can't even say you don't even said the word. Like, what the fuck? It doesn't work out the way you wanted it to. Oh, it's embarrassing. It's even more embarrassing than calling Michael Carrick a coward, honestly, that one. Not going to lie, like Mike. Nathaniel says, member for 22 months, says, good morning, guys. Get another result today. Yes. Let's get another result. Indeed. Yes. Let's go to what Flex had to say on his road trip. He, of course, is on his way to Old Trafford. He will be there inside OT. And after the match, he'll be outside giving his views, his player ratings, etc. So here's what Fleck had to say on the road to Old Trafford.
Road trip, Man United taking on Crystal Palace at Old Trafford, man. And we have got some good work to do. We've got a nice
feast to sink our teeth into if we play this right. The chance, the opportunity to go 6 points ahead of Chelsea before they play Arsenal later on, straight after us at 4:30 UK time. And the chance to go third in the Premier League outright. I spoke about this on the preview. I'm not going to do too much on that now, but it is the thing that's at the forefront of my mind. Because I think this is another game, guys, with all of the talk about performances and Michael Carrick getting lucky and start this guy, but don't start this guy and this, that and the other. Like realistically, guys, the only thing that matters in this period is making sure we leave Old Trafford today smiling with 3 points. That is it. That is it. Because of the statement that will send, the momentum that will continue to build, and the pressure that it puts on others. That is the most important thing. It doesn't matter how we do it, guys. It doesn't matter whether it's free-flowing football. It doesn't matter if we looked not great and the Palace side that's struggling, look how many chances they had and this, that and the other. I understand that. And that is a post-mortem for another day. That is a tactical breakdown and an inquest for another day. Yes, in the summer, we got to talk about serious stuff when it comes to whether we do or whether we don't appoint Carrick. But none of it will be relevant. Or actually, not none of it will be relevant. A lot of it won't matter if we're not in the Champions League, guys. We have to get back in Europe. That is the minimum. And I know people thinking we're going to run away with it and it's easy. And even I'm saying like, well, why can't we get second? Oh, we get third. Like, let's go for it. Yes, that is all true. But you have to put the points down on the board. And when opportunities open up, where you can put points down on the board and open up a gap and open up a lead while the others are spinning multiple plates, different competitions, different types of squads, different demands, more injuries than us. We're in a good moment, a very, very good moment. So the more we can milk that, you know, then we go to Newcastle United next. I'm not trying to look too far ahead, but they're not doing too well. They've lost 3 times at home in a row for the first time in like 9 years, I was reading. So the traditional going up to Newcastle United and getting a spanking might not be that this year as well. But anyway, we'll look at them. Of course, the Sesko. Do you know, I don't even want to talk about the Sesko thing. I'm just going to say this, probably my thumbnail or my title. I want Sesko to start. I do. But it's okay if he doesn't, guys. And I'm not shocked if he doesn't. It'll be interesting to see. I think Leach is still out. So Lenny, Yoro and Maguire, they need to be strong. You know, if you're looking at Palace, they still have players that can hurt you. You know, Strand Larsen, listen, I'm not saying he's not amazing, but he's a decent little finisher. If you give up silly opportunities, you know, Ismail Assar is just a good player. I remember not too long ago, when he was coming out of his Watford days, Man United, I think it was between him and Dan James at the time, if I remember that rightly. But Ismail Assar is somebody who's been doing very well. He's a very good player. We know what their fullbacks are like, or wing backs are like, sorry. They'll try and go high. They'll try and be aggressive in Mitchell and Munoz. And 3 big, strong centre-halves. So, and look, Wharton, if you allow him in transition, pockets of space and big gaps to be able to pass through, big gates, he will find them. The kid passes forward at any opportunity. So transitions, we've got to manage that. We've got to manage that transitionally today, because Palace will probably let us have the ball. I don't think they'll go after us too much, maybe like a mid-block. But if we give the ball away cheaply in transition in midfield, someone like Adam Wharton, as we know, has the ability to get the ball forward quickly between lines into the people that can hurt you. And in this case, that is the likes of Sarr today, maybe the likes of Evan Gasson, the likes of Brennan Johnson. I'm not saying they're great players. I'm just saying the forward players where they can activate. Now, it is different because of the players that they got and the players that the versus that we got. I understand that. But Adam Wharton is not someone you can take lightly. Now, I'm not saying he's going to run the game like fucking Iniesta. However, F around and see. Keep giving him the ball uncontested, where he's able to get his head up, and you'll see. He did it to us. Look in the first half when we played Palace at Selhurst Park. I know we came back to win that game, but we were trash. It seems like a long time ago, by the way. You know, will show us how far we've come. I'm not expecting Palace to come and do that to us, but it's possible. You know, Lenny Yoro was having a tough time against Mateta, ends up fouling him. But you know, they were knocking on the door many a time before scoring that penalty. To be fair, we were lucky that they were only 1-0 up, and then they got tired because their squad is thin. That's another thing. Their squad is just as thin, if not even more thin, having played even more games, obviously, since we last played them. The manager's angry. When you look past the starting 11. There's only a couple more senior players there. Then it's all kids. You know, whoever starts out of it'll be one of Gesson or my guy, what's his name from Spurs, Brennan Johnson on the bench, either Kamada or Will Hughes to partner Johnson, to partner Wharton. Like Nathaniel Klein's obviously a senior player, Jeremy Pino's a senior player, but other than that, unless they got other players back that I'm not sure of, that's pretty much all they have. They don't have a lot of ways to change the game. I didn't even see Nketiah on the bench in the last game. I don't know if he's back, but my point is that they're very, very stretched. You know, I'm not saying we've got a wealth of options, but we can draw on obviously Sesko. We can draw on Ahmad if he's not on the bench. We can draw on Joshua Zirkzee, who came off the bench in the last time we played him and scored an amazing goal, really, from a tight angle. So, listen, I just want to see us on a more positive note. I do feel good about this game. One, because the team just, there's an air of, I'm not too worried now about committing. You know, like every game is like, I don't know, probably do something silly, draw. Deep down, I think we're going to lose, but this, that, and the other. We're coming away from that. You know what I mean? We're 6 games away from that. Well, essentially, we're 10 games away from that because we haven't lost in 10 games. But in terms of this, like under Ruben, it felt like fake momentum. You know what I mean? Like we did all right against Newcastle, but then we effed it against Wolves. Then we didn't lose against Leeds. There were a few draws in there. 4-4 against Bournemouth. So it was unbeaten, but it wasn't building momentum. Do you know what I mean? It was just being able to hang around that top 6 position to be able to stake a claim because everyone's been inconsistent. Liverpool look like they're starting to get results again. They look like they're going to click into gear. Their squad, they got a good squad. We might not be able to 100% keep fending them off because they're starting to get consistent as well. And they're used to being consistent more recently than we are, even with their woes. So that's why it's important to just get a grip over other people so that if we slip up and maybe Liverpool go above us, we've still got a gap from 4th to 5th. That's what's important. We have to start edging people out. And Liverpool, like I said, are on our tails. They're on the same points if we win. So we've got to do our jobs and make sure we're above the pack and go third. And hopefully they drop points quicker than us. But the key is attack Villa. Go for Villa. They're the ones looking nervous. They're the ones looking shaky. Get them out of it. Chelsea, if we can get 6 points above them, they got a really tough run at the moment. In fact, they go to Villa next, don't they? They go to Villa next midweek. Tough game. Hopefully we can get a draw in that game. And that'll be perfect for us if we can beat Newcastle United. But listen, it's all looking too far ahead. Deal with today and go and put a performance in. No, go and get a result, boys. I just said I don't care about performance. I want to be entertained, yes. I go out to Old Trafford, but go and get a result. Yes, Owen will be live on the match for you. Take it easy. Take care of him eating all those lemons. And I'll get the latest reaction from you for you guys at Old Trafford. And then hopefully we'll get our 3 points and then feast on Arsenal versus Chelsea. I'll have that on the old Sky Go. I'm sure Josh will be watching that in the car on the way home or while we're even doing our reactions. So, yeah. And if it goes wrong, even if it goes right, I'll be doing a reaction to that on the way back down on the Football Flex. So check that out as well. Smash the like, people.
How dare Flex talk about the lemons? How dare he? Right, we got some squad news, of course, team news coming out in about 10 minutes' time. So let's get into the reactions of all of this that's happening right now on social media. This is why we go live early, so we can discuss, debate, and react in real time. So Samuel Luckhurst has posted this, saying plenty present for just the arrival of Palace. He says there's a good chance that Benjamin Šeško makes his first start since January today. Unsurprisingly, now I know, we all know, Samuel Luckhurst loves to leak the team news. He loves a soft launch of leaking the team news. So when he says good chance that Šeško makes his first start, that means he knows that Šeško is going to make his first start. And then he can point to go, look, I said it was a good chance. He was only leaving some wiggle room. So yes, it looks indeed like Benjamin Šeško is probably going to start Luckhurst with the soft launch on that one. Rich Fay has just posted this, saying there is no sign of Lisandro Martinez or Mason Mount in the squad that arrived at Old Trafford. I think there was Kobbie Mainoo spotting. There you go. I can get this up on the screen. So it looks like no Leacher, no Mason Mount, but there is Kobbie Mainoo. There he is. You can see him right there. Big up Frank for posting, saying Kobbie Mainoo is with the Manchester United squad. There has been no injury. So once again, Sully talks. look, when Sully talks, people listen, okay? When Sully talks, people need to quiet down. I know we have a bit of a thing, don't we, with ITKs and social media. It's a bit of a bit of a bad space, but Sully doesn't get shit wrong. Like he really doesn't, does he? Straight away yesterday comes out going, everyone be calm. I know you didn't see Cobby in the pictures or in the videos, but he's fine. Looks like he's fine. No injury. So Cobby is there. He's with the Manchester United squad. He has arrived. So he will be in the squad today. He'll be in the starting 11 today. And considering there's no Leach and no Mason Mount, probably same-ish squad. I mean, there is a couple of youngsters in there. Godwill, I always struggle with this one. Kukonki is with the United squad, as is Jack Morehouse is with the Manchester United squad today. So that means they're going to be on the bench. So our bench is light. And that's when it goes back to the Šeško discussion, doesn't it? Of maybe that is why, Carrick has left Šeško on the bench in recent games, because he looks towards it and goes, look, I don't have any game changers to bring on. I don't have anyone to bring on that can, really positively affect the game, change the game. And I like to have that just in my back pocket if I need it. Although, like I said, if what Luckhurst is saying there, where he goes, Šeško should start, maybe that's a suggestion that he will be. Now, as for who would drop out for Benjamin Šeško, if Šeško indeed did start, Stephen Railston puts an interesting point here, of course, from the Manchester Evening News. He says, Ahmad has not recorded a goal or an assist since returning from AFCON. He should drop to the bench to accommodate Šeško today, if indeed that's the change that Manchester United decide to go in. Would you agree with that, chat? If it's Šeško in, it's Ahmad out. I mean, it feels like out of that, look, there's in the last game, he could have taken anyone off. None of them were doing anything, were they, of real substance? You don't really take Mbumo off, because Mbumo's, even when he's playing, on his worst day, he's still pretty ice cold in front of goal. He can still make something out of nothing. So Mbumo, you keep on. You one of the top goal scorers for us, and he is our top goal scorer in the Prem, right? So you don't drop him to the bench. Obviously, we know you don't drop Bruno to the bench. Too influential. Cunha, it's between Cunha and Ahmad, really. It's between those two. Cunha, he can drift, and he does drift out of the game quite a bit. But even when he drifts, he's still, in the last game, brilliant pass, brilliant switch of play that results in the goal. And maybe that's why Ahmad, if someone has to drop down to the bench, maybe it is why that's Ahmad today, because you just look at that front four and you go, okay, who out of those front four, who has been sort of doing the least amount or contributing from an attacking sense the least amount? It probably would be Ahmad. Bruno's always involved. Cunha, like I said, was involved in that last goal. Obviously, Mbumo, you keep him on because he scores goals and he got an assist in the last game. So I think Ahmad would probably be the right one. And also it's kind of like the least amount of changing things around, isn't it? Because Cunha stays where he is, Bruno stays where he is, Mbumo moves to the right, natural position for him, and Šeško goes in. That was the front four that ended the last game against Everton, right? So maybe that's the easiest change to possibly do. So if Šeško drops out, I would probably expect it is Ahmad. Šeško comes in rather. I think it would be Ahmad to drop out. But like I said, I don't think it's gonna. I don't think it's the end of the world. You know what I mean? I don't think it's the end of the world either or. And and well, that's also the problem, Nick. This is the unfortunate thing, isn't it? A bit, which is this is why I kind of worry a bit for Šeško, because okay, he starts today, he should start, deserves to start. If he doesn't have a good 45 minutes, it goes back into the weird point scoring shit again, where now it's like, oh, actually, I told you Šeško was shit, or actually, I told you Šeško shouldn't start, this, that, and the other. When again, the grand scheme of things, it don't fucking matter. Like it don't matter. The most important thing is that we win. That's the most important thing, is that we win. It's like we got to find a way to point score somehow, some way. The easiest way to point score, of course, is when we're losing games, you can point to and go see. But when we're winning games, it's a bit more difficult. You have to go with individual players and go, see, I was right. He should have started until he plays badly. Then I'd say he's awful. So yeah, if Šeško does come in today, which I think he will and should, Ahmad maybe to drop out. But he also needs service. That's the other part. That's the other part with Šeško too. He will need the service, and he'll need chances to be created for him. We'll see if he gets that, because if we play like we did in the first half against Everton, he might not touch the ball all that much. But I think that my prediction for this game anyway, what did I go with in the end? I think I went with 2-0. I think I went with 2-0 in the end. But I think it might be a bit of a scrappy one. I feel like how we've played against West Ham and Everton might be how we play quite a lot between now and the end of the season, which is not great to watch. It's good enough to beat most teams, not good enough to beat every team, but we're in a really good spot. Other teams are dropping points. We're actually quite consistent at the moment. That's enough to get us into the top 4 Champions League quite comfortably, and maybe finish third. But I don't know how many more performances like we saw against City and Arsenal we'll see this season. We might see a couple against maybe the bigger teams, but I feel like when the sort of expectation is higher and it's not as much of a scrutinized game as like an Arsenal or a City, maybe these players will take their foot off the gas a little bit, like we've seen in the last few games. So I think I still going with 2-0, but I still think it'll be might be a bit of a grind through this one. Oliver Glasner will set up the team. His best way to try and win the game. Avi has been a member for 29 months. Appreciate you. Says, bring on third place or second. Don't even start it. Nathan, big up to you. Says, good day, Owen. 3 points today. No less. 3-1. God bless. Big up, Nathan's always involved in the chat. Always putting supers in. I think on my channel as well. So big up, Nathan's always around. Red Baron says, my theory is that United turn up against big teams, but smaller teams, we turn shit. It's a double-edged sword. We cannot escape. I don't think it's much of a theory. I think it's probably quite true. Red Baron. I mean, maybe this season, in the seasons gone by, we just didn't really turn up against anyone. But I think your point is a valid one. And I think that's kind of natural as well. Like I said, I think in those games against Arsenal and City, when the atmosphere is so rocking and everyone's watching, they're games that are easy to get hyped up for, aren't they? They're the big games. But when you're against the teams you're expected to beat, and Man United do this, they kind of just sort of stroll around going, "Oh, we'll win it. It'll be fine. We'll win the game." And sometimes it don't work like that. You got to work for it. You got to earn it. And the Man United players are learning that at the moment. Some breaking news. He was correct about Kobe not being injured and being in the Manchester United squad. Sully is now saying that everything has been prepared. We've finally been cleared for takeoff. So it does look like indeed Benjamin Šeško is going to be starting a Manchester United match for the first time since January. It looks like that is going to be what happens here. The official team news is going to be coming out in just 120 seconds time, 2 minutes, and we'll find out officially. But according to Sully, Šeško is going to be starting. I did mention that I felt like Samuel Luckhurst post, because Samuel Luckhurst, we know the kind of guy he is. When he says like, oh, it might be this, or it looks like it's going to be this, it means that it is going to be that. So when he said it's likely Šeško start, who's going to be dropping out? Of course, we'll put the post from United up on the screen immediately once it's been posted, and then we'll get the graphic up on the screen as well for you guys as well, so we can see in terms of formation where it's going to be. Four says Ahmad out. There's quite a few Ahmads. I think it will probably be Ahmad. I agree. I think it'll be Ahmad out and Boomer goes to the right, and then everything else stays the same. Midfield stays the same. Defense will probably stay the same if it's no Leacher. So that'll be Maguire, Yoro, Dallo, and Shaw. Lomans in goal. Kobe, Casemiro, Cunha, Bruno, and Bumo, and then Šeško up front. I think that will probably be. The team. Right. It is 2:45, so we wait. We wait for the post. We wait for the imminent post from Manchester United. To be honest, I have seen it actually has been posted. It's just one of these things where Twitter does it a bit slowly. So let me see if I can actually go on the Man United thing and I'll find it that way. There you go. Right, they've posted it. Indeed, Benjamin Šeško starts for Manchester United. Let me get this up on the screen for all you lovely people. There you go with the watch call it and the thingy. So it is, right, Lomans in goal. We have a back four of Dallo, Yoro, Maguire, and Luke Shaw. Once again, Shaw starting again, keeping up that Premier League record. We've got Casemiro and we've got Kobe Mainoo in midfield. We've got On the right-hand side, Brian Mbeumo. We've got Bruno Fernandes. We've got Matheus Cunha. And we've got Benjamin Šeško. Yes, Benjamin Šeško starts for Manchester United. Starts up front. That means on the bench. Ahmad drops down to the bench. It's a bench that consists of Bayindir, Heaven, Malacia, Mazraoui, Morehouse, Fletcher, Ugarte, Ahmad, and Joshua Zirkzee. So just the one change from the game at the Hill Dickinson Stadium. Benjamin Šeško is in, Ahmad is out, but he's just dropped to the bench. Let me sort out the graphic for this one, but let me know what you guys think about that team. Like I said, not too much of a shock. Michael Carrick, as we've seen so far. Not that he doesn't like to rotate, because I don't think that's fair to say, oh, Michael Carrick doesn't like to rotate at the moment. It's just he's really had no need. You know what I mean? He's had no need, I think, to rotate thus far, because we've been, of course, winning matches. It's a different kettle of fish of when you're playing midweek, which we are, of course. On Wednesday, we're playing against Newcastle, so that could be something where we see some rotation there. Or maybe not. And then next weekend we've got I think it's Villa, isn't it? Next weekend against Aston Villa, which is absolutely massive game, isn't it? Really, for us. Win today, win against Villa next week. Chelsea drop points today. In a bloody good position. A really good position. If we win our next 3 games, we are fucking flying. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but wow, that would be brilliant. But this is football. This is the Premier League. We know how these things go, don't we? You know, there are always curveballs. There are always things we expect to happen that don't, and things we don't expect to happen that do. So, yeah. But the next 3 matches, massive. Today against Palace, which we are expected to win. I think we will win. Hope we do win. Midweek against Newcastle, which in recent years is our form there has been absolutely horrible, hasn't it? Really, really horrible in recent years. And then Villa next weekend. But like I said, we've still got, there's a lot of football to play in between then, and this is why you don't get too carried away either way, because things can and will go wrong. Tis life, right? Let's get this Manchester United starting 11 up on the screen for you guys. There you go. So indeed, it is Lobbins in goal. It is a back 4 of Dalot, Yoro, Maguire, and Shaw. We've got Casemiro and Kobe. We've got Brian Mbeumo, Bruno Fernandes, Matheus Cunha, and Benjamin Šeško. And it's just, football is so funny, isn't it? Football is such a funny game, because like if you put that team out, like what, 3 months ago, that starting 11, you'd go, I don't know about that. Oh, I don't know. We're just the gaps in midfield and that back 4 and some of those players. Cunha's not started very well. Šeško's not started very well. I don't know about that. It's amazing what winning and going on a run can do for you. Suddenly you look at that team and go, yeah, good team. Kind of picks itself, really. Good team, not bad. Good team, good attacking threat. Yeah, it's amazing. The concerns are the same concerns that have been there really the last few games, hasn't it? It's just you look to the bench and you go, like, there's not a ton of options there. The bench is quite weak. Like you said, Red Baron, it's true. It's almost like winning breeds confidence or something, right? And it's almost as if maybe, just maybe, some of the players weren't necessarily as bad as was being made out. Maybe it is a case of trying to get the best out of them. Who would have known? But yes, yes. It's the bench, isn't it? The bench is a bit of concern. As far as like who can you bring on to change the game? Instead of it being Šeško today, it's Ahmad. And maybe Zirkzee there as well. Zirkzee will do what he can. But, is he the player you bring on? Because, all right, bring on Zirkzee, he'll be more of a threat. He can be, or he can just kind of, just good link up. It depends, doesn't it? It depends. But as I always say, that team should be good enough to go get a victory today against the Crystal Palace team that are not in the best form. Of course, they've got players missing. They are not the Palace team of the last 2, 3, 4 seasons. They've lost a bunch of players. Their manager's leaving at the end of the season. The crowd aren't happy with him. He's not happy with the board. And they haven't been playing great. But it is also a team that is coached by a very good coach in Oliver Glasner. He'll know, a way to try and stifle us, which is let us have the ball and basically see if Man United can break them down. And we've proven we can break teams down. It just can take a while. It can take a while sometimes. So we need to be patient. But I would like to see us start the game relatively fast, relatively quickly. The last couple of games, granted, they have been away games, haven't they, against West Ham and Everton. They've been a bit sort of slower starts and a bit of, we sort of we get to halftime, we go, wasn't the best performance, still 0-0, but, yeah. So I hope if we get an early goal, it'll settle things down. We'll be much more comfortable. Palace will have to open up a little bit, and then I think the floodgates will open. So yes, but that attacking lineup excites me, and hopefully they get the job done today. Big up Sully in the chat. Yes. As you said, my friend, prepared for takeoff. Now time to land. There we land. It's not your catchphrase, but you can take it, Sully. Yes, he calmed the fears about Cobby earlier on. Correct. He said that Šeško was going to be starting. It was set for takeoff. He was correct. Hey, Sully's leading the pack at the moment, and in the ITKs on social media. You're doing well too, my friend. How many likes are we currently at the moment? We're over 1,000 people watching. We're over 200 likes. If you haven't already, click that like button. Let's see if we can get the likes up to about 500. And also be sure to subscribe if you are new. Let me know your thoughts as well. I mean, this is unprecedented and uncharted waters for us here, isn't it? The team news is out. There's not too much of a meltdown. People have, I guess, got what they wanted. Whereas, the thing certainly that I want, I just want to win. So we'll have to wait a little bit of time for that one, but I think we'll get it. And that's that. It's just, once again, it's the bench. For what we are assuming we're going to achieve this season, touch wood, is European football. We want to be in Champions League, but broadly, European football looks to kind of already, maybe, hopefully, be somewhat in the bag, but maybe that's a bit too early to say. One thing is for certain, we're going to have to improve the depth of the squad, aren't we? We didn't need a huge squad this season because we weren't in these competitions, and then those cup competitions, we completely flopped as is, didn't we? In the Carabao Cup and the FA Cup. But going into next season, whatever European competition we're in, if we get in it, we'll need more, because you look to our bench here and we've got some injuries at the moment, but it's really devastated our strength and depth, isn't it? Of course, there are still massive concerns about De Ligt. A minor problems led to 3 months out with a back injury. That is not good. Mason Mount, another one. It's just a minor injury. We still haven't seen him. He needs to go in the summer. Unfortunately for him, it's not worked out at Manchester United. There was a lot of doubts over the signing of the place from a lot of people, and unfortunately, they've been proved very correct, haven't they? So Mount's still out. Obviously, Leach is out. The hope would be that he's going to be back next week in terms of training and hopefully back into the team. Who else is injured at the moment for us? And obviously Dorgu, Patrick Dorgu is injured as well. So we're gonna need to add numbers to this squad. That's why people are saying, aren't they? Not just 2 midfielders, maybe 3. Because we needed 2 midfielders regardless of what happened with Cass. Now that we know Cass is definitely leaving, it's like, well, actually, maybe add another one into that. So you're talking at least 2 midfielders, probably something on that left-hand side. Whether it's an attacking, and it's probably an attacking left winger, to maybe support Dorgu. We still might need a left back, because if Dorgu's just completely, he's a left winger now. He's not going to be a sort of a left back moving forward for us. Yeah, and I would still think we need a striker, to support Šeško. I would like to get maybe a bit more of an experienced striker in there, and also someone that's like defined as a striker. Because really, Benjamin Šeško, I know that Mbeumo has played up front for us and he's been playing as our striker, but the only defined that is his first position, he is a striker, is Šeško at the club still. Xerxes the 9.5, is he a 10, off the striker, this, that, and the other. And Mbeumo, off the right, can play up front, fine, no problem, but I don't know if your first word for him would be striker. Šeško is, so we need someone else there to support him. So already you're looking at 3, 4, 5, 6 different positions or different signings rather that we're looking for in the summer. So we're going to need to be busy. We're going to need that Champions League money as well to go and enhance the squad. It's not going to be necessarily about improving the first team. It's also going to be about adding to the squad certainly as well. So it's going to be a very busy summer for Manchester United. Hopefully a positive one. Hopefully a productive one. That's the word that I'm looking for as well. Red Baron says, "Watch Šeško get no service now." Well, this was what I mentioned too. Is Šeško today? That's why I really hope that we start fast. That was one of the reasons I mentioned I hope we start fast, because if we start how we've started the last few games, we might have a situation where it gets to half time and it's like, when they get up the stats charts and they'll go fewest touches in this first half, and like the striker of the team that they're saying is not involved in the game, so like say Šeško, would be at the top of that list. Go, Šeško, look, he's barely touched the ball in this first half. So obviously he's in really good form and he's scoring goals at the moment, but that is also based on getting the service, people creating for him, people making sure they're finding him. There's nothing more frustrating, is there, where Benjamin Šeško's on the pitch and suddenly we stop crossing the ball in the box. We've got this giant striker in there that's good in the air and we don't cross the ball to him. I don't know why we do that. As soon as he steps off the pitch, we're whipping it in like nobody's business. We go, right, get him in the box, get him in the box. Šeško's not there. Fuck it. Let's put him in. He's there in spirit, which is just bizarre. So we've got to play to him. Now that we know he's starting, I'm looking for Mbeumo and Cunha again to link up, create chances. Looking for Bruno, create chances for Šeško, because it is a bit different than when Mbeumo's playing through the middle. Of course, Mbeumo's, a much different kind of player to Šeško. So you have to play to their positives, the positive qualities that they have. What was actually really great about the goal that Šeško scored against Everton, not only was the finish great, it was the speed, wasn't it? It was the speed of which he broke forward. He busted a gut to get into that penalty box and wait to be in the right space for that assist from Mbeumo. And like I say, huge credit to everyone involved in it. The switch is brilliant from Cunha. The pass from Mbeumo to find the right man, and also the finish from Šeško. But also, it's the goal is scored really by his work off the ball, isn't it? That was really where that goal comes from. His off the ball work, just sprinting, making sure he got into that box. And I think maybe proved a few people wrong, going this sort of narrative that he's this big bumbling oaf, just this target man striker that's got no speed and can't really run and all that kind of stuff, isn't really true. He has got a turn of pace, which, to be honest, does make a bit of sense. When he's, how tall is he again? Is it 6'4", Šeško height? Or is he taller than that? Šeško height in feet. He's 6'5". 6'5". It's like an Olympic sprinter, isn't it? Right? Olympic sprinters, they're tall but with very long legs, and it might take them a little while to get up and running, but by the time they do actually get up to speed, there's no stopping. There's no stopping them, right? So I think that's probably the case with Šeško. 6'4", 6'5", excuse me, and it might take him a little bit to get up to speed in terms of once he's out the blocks, but once he's going, there's a huge stride, isn't there? There's a huge stride there for Benjamin Šeško. So a huge with Šeško, like I said, actually hopefully can prove those doubters wrong, that he indeed is a quick person. Absol World says Olympic sprinters aren't 6'5". Do a quick Google search. Just double check how tall Usain Bolt is. But just very quickly. We'll wait for it. Okay. The, confirmed GOAT when it comes to an Olympic sprinter, a Manchester United fan as well, Usain Bolt. Do a quick Google search to see how tall he is. I'm pretty sure he might be 6'5". I'm pretty sure he might be 6'5". It's always the way, isn't it? It's always the way. It's always the way. Yeah. And then it comes back to he's an anomaly. Okay. It's an anomaly. Use the anomaly, or the greatest sprinter of all time, because he was really tall, big long strides in his legs, got up to speed really quick. Use the anomaly. Weird, isn't it? Weird how that one works. You only use the best. You only use the best. the best example. The best. Come on. You use the best. Let's not do that. You know, don't use the best example ever. Come on. What are we doing here, man? Segment says, Owen, I'm sure I saw you in central London last night. Can confirm that was not me. That would require me to go outside. Fuck that. We're over 1,000 people watching. If you haven't already, click the like button. Be sure to subscribe. Kickoff is in just under an hour's time. We are less than 60 minutes to go. If you are just tuning in, this is the Manchester United starting 11 at Old Trafford for the game against Crystal Palace today. It is Lomans in goal. It is Dalot, Yoro, Maguire, Shaw as the back four. Casemiro and Kobe, Brian Mbeumo, Bruno Fernandes, and Mateus Cunha, and then Benjamin Šeško up front. On the bench, we have Bayindir, Aiden Heaven, Malacia, Mazraoui, Fletcher, Morehouse, Ugarte, Ahmad, and Xerxes. Isaac says, Owen, do you ever go to games? I used to. Obviously now, because I'm doing this on a match day, I can't as much as I would like to. I've been a season ticket holder a bunch of times. I was a season ticket holder. When I go to my first game? I went to my first game in 2003. It was Leeds versus Manchester United at Old Trafford. It was 1-1, and it was Alan Smith scored. And who scored for United that day? Oh, I forget. I remember Roy Keane came on, and he was brilliant that day. I was a season ticket holder in the season after the World Cup. So 2006, 2007. I remember the first game at Old Trafford. Actually, this is a curveball. I was at the first game that Cristiano Ronaldo played after the World Cup in 2006, which was a pre-season friendly at the Kassam Stadium, Oxford versus Manchester United. I was in the away section, and it was the first game that Ronaldo played after the Rudy sending off and the wink and all that stuff. I was at that game. I was in like one of the front rows in the away section, and I handed the ball to the late Liam Miller, who was still playing for United at that point. But I was a season ticket holder during that season, and I was also a season ticket holder during Louis van Gaal's second season. And I was at the FA Cup semi-final when we beat Everton. You know, when Martial won it like the last kick of extra time, I think it was. I was at that game. And this is how mad it was, how mad the limbs were that day. We were leaving, going up to get out of our seats and, leave the stadium. And there was some guy who, because he was celebrating, he stood on the top of his chair and he fell backwards. I think he dislocated his elbow or something. It was it was one of the grossest things I've ever seen in my life. And he was fine with it. That was the crazy thing. Totally fine with it.
At Lucascan 5,790 super chatted 10 Canadian dollars. I have just returned home from holiday in Mexico and I have been really enjoying the content over the past week. Good job UV crew. Sorry Owen just had a lot to say and it turned my super chat lemon emoji.
Believe.
Yeah, big up Lucas.
At Big Yo-Yo super chatted $4.99. Thinking we need to hear the Howen hype song to set the match mood. #Yardman Howen.
Well, someone did request it. So I can play a section of it. Yes, I can play a section. We celebrate with a lemon.
I want the real yard man, a United view.
Okay.
Jamaican king with a vibe so true. Giants come around, but he turns them down. Here for the rhythm, naughty clowns. That you know why? Ain't his style. He's here to light up the aisle. The king with the crown, so bright, ruling the day and the night. King on the corner, also bright. A real bad man with comment.
I dropped it.
How when the real white Johnny living his life so hard and free. United View knows his name. Every gal feels his flame. Dancing high under the sun.
It won't cooperate. Oh. Oh. I tell you what, the day that I get to 0, it's going to be a moment. It's going to be a moment. It's going to be euphoric. We're going to be celebrating at the end of the season. We're going to be celebrating Man United into 3rd in the Premier League and the Premiership. And we're back into the Champions League. And by that point, I'll be on 0. That's what it will be. I'll be there. I'll be there. Oh. It's just the initial bit. It's just, whatever they put on them is fucking brutal. Oh. Absolutely brutal. I can't even believe they can call it like candy, because it's not. You know what I mean? It's not. How could you have this out of enjoyment? You just couldn't. Surely you couldn't. Oh. Absolutely. Oh, God. Ugh. Let's have a look at the Premier League table, by the way, folks. We can see actually here. There you go. That's where we're at. As things stand today, if Manchester United win, get the 3 points, we are up to 3rd. Courtesy of something that has not been our friend in recent years. That is that right there. Goal difference. Goal difference, yes. If we win, we have superior goal difference to Aston Villa, which means we go up to 3rd. And of course, like I mentioned, we play Aston Villa in the next few games. We've got Newcastle on Wednesday. What is it again? Newcastle Wednesday, and then not that weekend, the weekend after, we've got Aston Villa. So yes, we're going to be facing them in a couple of weeks. So obviously, like I said, must win today. That's what it is. Must win for Manchester United. Chelsea are likely. We're assuming they're going to drop points today against Arsenal. You never know. Yeah, get a job. I'm looking up into 3rd. Look at Villa's recent form. Look at that. Look at their recent form. And look at ours. Oh, sensational. But actually, what you are noticing here, just looking at that top 6, the consistency is starting to actually get there for most of the teams, isn't it? Really, for the for all of the, everyone's inconsistent, everyone's dropping points. It's only really like Villa who are properly shit in the bed at the moment, isn't it? They're properly shit in the bed at the moment. 1 win in their last 5, 2 defeats. Everyone else is kind of, if they are dropping points, they're not really losing games. So, yeah, get the win today. Not only do we get up to 3rd, but also, like I said earlier on, you can really start to make a gap between ourselves and Liverpool and Chelsea. And that's where we need to be, because we are going to drop points. This is the other part of it. This is what we were saying during that Everton match on Monday. We are going to drop points. We're gonna draw more games. We're going to lose games. But the critical point is, when you do drop those points, it doesn't impact you too badly, because you've already done the work to make yourself be safe and be in a good position to still succeed. So that's critical, right? That's critical today. I mean, it's a cliche, isn't it? Every game is must win. But today, at home, win your home games. Make sure you just don't drop points away from, or excuse me, don't lose away from home. You can draw games or what have you, but that's the most important thing. And get it done. Red Baron with a super chat here says, didn't care for Villa fans until I heard Agbong Lahore. What are they going to complain about this time? Is it still going to be another PSR thing? Is that what they're going to complain about again? PSR. Yeah, PSR. PSR doesn't exist from the beginning of next season. Yeah, but PSR. Maybe just... And this is where I suppose there is something in the whole XG argument, isn't it? Because I'm with most people that when you hear those XG arguments, you kind of do roll your eyes a little bit, don't you? And go, oh, yeah, great. But XG, but this, that, and the other. But what I do agree with when it comes to XG is that it does maybe give a bit of an indication about what's maybe ahead. And what I mean by that is, when Forest had their really good season last season, and a lot of the discussion was, yeah, I know that they're winning games, but they're really outperforming their XG. Like they're really outperforming it. That's not sustainable. That will catch up to them. Look what's happened to him this season, right? It caught up to him. It caught up to him last season, to be honest. It wasn't really sustainable. Eventually, they were going to drop points. It's kind of the same with Villa, isn't it? Villa have been like that last few seasons where you sort of go, are you gonna keep that up the whole season? I don't know if you can keep that up the whole season. And we kind of saw that with him last season, actually, didn't we? Towards the end of the season, fell off. Even we beat them last day. Even and the other thing's about when that shit United team was beating Villa. Fucking hell, you know. So maybe it's just a case of actually not that I say their luck catching up with them, but they're starting to settle actually where they probably should be, which is maybe like 5th or 6th anyway, as opposed to 3rd in the Prem. And also, this is another funny thing with football, isn't it? Is everyone's striving to finish as high as they possibly can on the table, get into European football. But the ability to manage European football and also be successful in your league domestically is proving to be really difficult for a lot of teams, isn't it? Look at Villa last few seasons. Last season, they were in the Champions League, couldn't really balance it that much. They don't qualify for it, you know, that season. Now they're in Europa, and that's difficult to balance with the league too. Look at Newcastle. Every time it feels like Newcastle are in the Champions League, their domestic form just goes to complete shit. And that's something that we're going to have to deal with next season too, just because we've got European football, because touch wood, we get it. We can't take our eye off the league. We need to be finishing in that top 4 and top 5 consistently. That's what we need. Lazar says, off topic, but Elimination Chamber was so good. Ruse of the century again. Let's go, Sheshko. Well, yes, I was live on the channel last night for a Elimination Chamber watch along and a post show. I'm shocked how awake I am today. I'm not going to lie. What time did I get to sleep last night? So about 4. I probably got to sleep at like 5:30, maybe. And I thought I was going to struggle waking up this morning. I'm operating on like 3 and a bit hours sleep. Although I did what everyone should do. If you ever have to stay up late for like a WWE thing or like a boxing fight or anything that just requires you to stay up and get up in the middle of the night, nap. Make sure you nap. Get a nap in earlier the day. I had a nap from about 8 o'clock till about, it wasn't really more of a nap. It was like a mini sleep, actually. From like 8 o'clock to about 11. It's about 3 hours. So all in all, I think I'm on about 6.5, which is that's not too bad. That's manageable. Yeah. So I enjoyed that last night. The show itself wasn't that great, to be honest. I disagree in that it was amazing. It was okay. Matches were fine, but it was a bit lackluster. Either way, you can go check out my channel. I'm actually, I'll tell you exactly. I think I'm less than 100 subscribers away from a big milestone. I say big. It's not like a super round number. It is. Let me check. Wait a minute with the watch call it in the thingy. Wait a minute. There you go. I'm at 26,915. So I'm less than 100 away from 27K. So if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe. Links in the video description below. WrestleMania season and all that. Red Brown also says, next season we need to tank some cups. Sorry. Look, we'll cross those bridges when we get to it. Yeah, we'll cross those bridges when we get to it. Let's just make sure we get into the European football first. Let's make sure we have a summer filled with improving the squad, getting more people into the squad, and then we can see where we're at in terms of which cups we take seriously, which competitions we take seriously, what our mindset is going to be. We need to get a permanent coach first. I don't even know our head coach is going to be next season yet. So there's a lot of steps. There's a lot of steps ahead to get done. So we'll be watching that eagerly with eagle eyes. Yeah, I wonder if he's in the chat. Big up Rich. I saw he was in some of the comments over the last couple of days. Of course, big Palace fan, content creator, friend of the channel, as it were. Let me just double check, see if there's any quotes or anything from Michael Carrick coming out. See, this is the thing, actually. Once you get past the sort of devastating acid that will rip up your mouth, your teeth, and your insides, they're perfectly pleasant sweets. They take a while to eat. or sort of wear down. And then the annoying thing is, once you get through the hard outer sugary shell, you get this sort of lemon sort of sherbet in the middle of them, which is also sour. So you get hit with another wave of the shit, which is, fucking gross. Let's see if we got any quotes here from anyone. Michael Carrick. Gary Neville on Manchester United's form has said the following. I think they've gone on a run. I think the run that they've gone on has been a shock to everybody, including probably Michael Carrick. Michael wouldn't have expected this in his wildest dreams, but look, he was always intelligent, Michael. He was always probably a real good personality and character, a good composer and a good temperament. I tell you what, when it comes to Gary, I tell you what, he's a weird one, Gary Neville, isn't he? He is a weird one. Because sometimes he can be quite, refreshingly honest about Manchester United, and he can say it how he sees it. And I do think sometimes he gets a bit too much shit. I don't buy into the fact that he doesn't care and he's not passionate, because I think he does genuinely care about Manchester United, and I think he is passionate. I think for whatever reason he tries too hard to be like come across as being impartial, to the extent that he sort of shits on Man United like unnecessarily too much, when you don't really need that much of an excuse to do that at Man United. They'll give you enough reason to, shit on them. But like this, like for instance, the stuff he said about Šeško last week, he could have just said like, oh, he's done really well. It's not easy coming off the bench, but he's scoring goals, and hopefully he'll be starting games soon. But he also was like, yeah, but he's not going to be great, but he doesn't need to be great. And you sort of go, well, you don't really need to say that. I don't know. And that is parts where I'll go Gary Neville, and I'll go, I don't know. I don't know. And I don't know if it's, and I would get it. I would get it if he had nothing to do with the club anymore. And it was like, he was completely from the outside looking in, and he just saw the way the club was operating and running compared to, when he was there. And I think everyone would get that then. You know what I mean? I think everyone would get that. I think everyone would get his frustrations with that, because it's the same frustrations we all have as fans of, look how the club's operating, look how it's run. We haven't won a Prem in well over a decade at this point. What's happened to us? But he is involved with the club. Like, he's involved with the new stadium stuff. He's openly not gone in on the team and on managers because they're his friends, in the case of Ollie. But it does come across a little bit that maybe he's better friends with Ollie than he is Carrick, because he's already been a little bit sort of colder towards Carrick than he was with Ollie. I don't know. I don't really get it with Gary Neville sometimes. I'm not sure. I don't know. And excuse me, this must mean the sherbet. Fucking this lemons. The other thing with Gary Neville, and I really, really recommend you guys to watch this. It's so true. Go and watch the Tifo by The Athletic. They did a video, I don't know how old it is, on Gary Neville's time at Valencia. Obviously, they're a brilliant channel. They do really good stuff, really, really great videos, and really great artwork. And they summed up his time at Valencia. And I'm not going to lie, when you do watch that video and you see how much of a mess of it he made there, it does take a lot of the shine off the punditry and the analysis that goes with it, because it was such a fucking disaster at Valencia. Still better numbers than Ruben at United, by the way. I don't know if it ended that way with Ruben, but certainly last season there was points where Neville had a better win percentage than Ruben Amorim, which is insane, because when you see his time at Valencia, it was shocking. And the last 3 games, he's playing 3 separate goalkeepers. He's switching formations, 4-4-2, 3-4-3, diamond, flat 4-4-2, 4-3-3. He's just throwing shit at the wall and hoping to see what sticks. And it does make you sort of go, maybe when you're talking tactics in the future, maybe I won't sort of look at it as gospel anymore. You didn't really You know, you didn't really cover yourself in glory there. Wasn't totally his fault. I don't know why he took the job in the first place. You can't speak Spanish, and he did it for a friend, you know. But yeah, it was not great. Not great at all. And it, like I said, does take the shine off some of the punditry or analysis. Where are we at in terms of likes? Right, we're over 300 likes. If you haven't already, click the like button. Let's see if we can get to 500. We've got over 1,000 people watching. Kickoff is in just under 40 minutes time. And of course, it's 2 p.m. kickoff at Old Trafford, Manchester United versus Crystal Palace. What are people saying here in the chat as well? Don't make your first job in a foreign country and a foreign language. Well, that was a part of it. And like some of the stuff in the video that I was watching, they were saying that like his training sessions would be so long, not because what they were doing was taking a long time, but because the gaps of when he would stop play and then talk to the players, because he couldn't speak a lick of Spanish, he had to stand there with a translator, and that would take like 5 minutes. And any momentum, you know, would just didn't work. And on top of that, what's Gary Neville good at? He's good at talking. Gary Neville's a good talker. You know, he's a pundit on Sky. He's made a career post-football because he's a good talker. So you then go into an environment where you lose arguably your best weapon. Your best weapon is your ability to talk, and you can't because you don't know the language. So, yeah, a weird one with Gary Neville. Kat says, "Where's DJ? DJ's on holiday. He's in Thailand. I think he said he's in Thailand. So he was away for the Everton game and away for this one. I think he said he'll be back, or he might be back on Wednesday for the Newcastle game. If he's not, he'll be back for next weekend for sure. So yes, DJ will be back. He's just on holiday at the moment. So hopefully he's enjoying the sun. Yes. Amanor says, Owen, I'm in the gym doing Stairmaster full-time view. I will see if I'm alive at that point, Amanor. I cannot confirm or deny full-time view. One, because like I said, I'm on 3.5 hours of sleep. This is a solo stream for like 4 or 5 hours. And also, just like Gary Neville in Spain, I might lose the ability to talk by the end of this, depending on how many lemon sweets that I have. Now, I am taking it steady because I think the best way to approach this challenge is not go crazy and do them all in 1 second, because I won't be able to do that. So I've done 2 today. I might do 1 more in like an hour or so, and that'll probably be it. And then we'll do like 1 or 2 every other day or so. So it's going to take a while. It's going to take a while to get through that 40, but I'll do it. Well, it's more than 40, isn't it? Because how many have I actually done so far? I did 5, 7. I think I've already done 9. So it was like 50, close to 50, which is not bad going. And that's taken me, it took me a week to do 9, but I won't be able to keep up that pace. So I'm not going to do a day where I do 5 again. Absolutely no chance. So it will probably take me, I mean, when do we think I do finish this? Like by the end, by May, end of the season, something like that. Yeah, probably. But it'll be done by the end of the season. That's not that far away, is it? Actually, as well. I keep forgetting that it's March. It's March now. So, yeah. Bavis says you're going to erode your teeth enamel. Well, that. My plan is that's why I'm spacing it out. So I'm spacing it out so I don't do terrible damage. It's all for the love of the game, and it's all for accountability. Yeah, that's what it is, and it's all for the moment. It's all for the moment. When we get to that final one, and they're all gone, it's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be incredible. What a moment! What a moment! What a challenge! And by that point, I'll have turned into a lemon. I might even wear like a lemon costume on the final day. Fuck it. Let's just go right for it. Why not? Michael Carrick on aiming for a top 4 finish It says every game from now on is going to be significant. It doesn't really change it. Today is a tough game. Carrick's also asked about Lisandro Martinez. He said, we will have to wait and see. He is close. He's not far away, but it's hard to say at the moment. I'm just glad they didn't say, you know, well, they did last time, didn't they? Said it's a minor injury. And I was like, oh minor injury. But it looks like he is actually going to be back, which is positive. Carrick, and talking about Šeško, said, I think Ben has been in a good spot and a good feeling for a number of weeks. It is building that belief and confidence. Looking forward to seeing him today. Ahmad is a good option for us to finish the game. It's great to have these options. Great it is indeed. So, yeah, Carrick saying that Leacher might be back. Leacher might be back soon, whatever that means. Amanor says, Owen, can you do the KG Marmite challenge for me? I tell you what, yeah, Amanor. How long have you been like tasked with doing that challenge? I want to say, surely it's been weeks, hasn't it? Right? Surely hasn't it been weeks? I don't know why you're ducking that one, Amanor. Like Marmites, I don't like it, but a spoon of Marmites, that's easy stuff. It's got to be gross, but it's not going to like burn or anything like that. It's not like the hot chip or anything. No, it's definitely not anything bad. Not as bad as like the cinnamon challenge, is it? You know, I don't like Marmite. My dad does, so it was always in the house. But yeah, I don't like it. It stinks. But you know, one spoon of Marmite, that's all right. I tell you what, this is where I am weird because I don't like Marmite. I don't know if they still do them. Walker's used to do like the Marmite flavored crisps, and I did like them. I don't know why. I didn't like Marmite, you know, on like toast or in a sandwich or anything like that. But the Marmite crisps, I did like. Don't know why. Don't know why. They were okay. But that's why it's things are described as a Marmite kind of thing. You either love it or you hate it. There's no kind of in between. There's no in between with it. What else are people saying here in the chat? Marmite tastes very salty and savory. I suppose it's intense. Yeah, I wouldn't even know how to describe Marmite. Really, I'm not really sure how you would describe that. Like what Marmite tastes like. It's just because it's quite a powerful taste, and it's also, I suppose, that the consistency of it as well. You know what I mean? It's strong. I've never had Vegemite. What's the difference between Vegemite and Marmite? Is it as simple as vegetarians can have it? Is that Vegemite versus Marmite? There you go. Marmite and Vegemite are both savory yeast extract spreads packed with B vitamins, known for being intense, love it or hate it flavors. Marmite is saltier with a sticky, syrupy, almost sweet and sour taste. Vegemite has a thicker, spreadable texture with a more bitter umami and roasted, earthy flavor. I assumed they were just kind of like the same kind of thing. But there are sort of a few sort of different sort of flavors, you know, and different textures to it as well. Never tried it. Never tried it. Yes, I can Obi, remove the poll. Let me remove that poll because we know that Benjamin Šeško is going to be starting. People still voting. So I see you. I'll put another win. What's your prediction? Is it going to be a United win, a Palace win, or are we going for a draw? Let's put that in the chat there as well. Danny Luciano's asking the key critical questions, the questions that I always like to answer here. This is also fantastic when there's not too much to debate really about the team. The team kind of picks itself at the moment, and the team news is what it is. Daniel Luciano says hobnobs or digestives. I tell you what, it's a brilliant question. I'd go with a hobnob. I'd go with a hobnob. I like a hobnob. Yeah, you know, and none of that poor shit, anything like that. But I don't mind a digestive, just a bit bland. I mean, chocolate digestives are nice, but I like a hobnob. You know, I like a hobnob, especially like a chocolate hobnob. It's just excellent work, isn't it? I like the I'm a big fan of dark chocolate. So they're sort of hobnobs with dark chocolate on the top. Yeah, good. It's good shit, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's such good shit. I do enjoy that. I do enjoy a biscuit. I tell you what. I did have. This was a while ago now. I don't know if they're still out. Have you tried the new, like, they're Oreos, but they're like cream egg Oreos? Have you tried them? They were shockingly Moorish. They shouldn't work. I don't know. I don't know why it shouldn't work. In my head, I was like, it shouldn't work. They're good. They are good. I like them. I enjoyed them considerably. If you are just tuning in, by the way, I haven't gone mental. Well, I am, on the course of 40 sour lemon sweets over the course of several months. But that is the Manchester United starting 11 that you can see on the screen right there. It is Cedar Lomans in goal, a back four of Dalot, Yoro, Maguire, Luke Shaw, and in the midfield we've got Casemiro and Cobby. Casemiro counting down the days and the minutes. We're how many fixtures we got left of this season? Actually, again, let me double check. So 20, so 10 games. Oof, we're nearly entering into single figures. So there's including today 11 games, but we're nearly entering into single figures of Casemiro, of his appearances at Manchester United. Do you know what? I am glad though with Casemiro. I'm so glad that. I hope that it's ending in a positive sense. It's ending in a positive sense. We're not having this thing about his legs have gone and he can't run and he can't move and he's got to go to the MLS or he's got to go to Saudi and then retire. No, he's going to have a strong end to the season. Let's face it. Are we going to be shocked if he has a really good World Cup? No. He's Casemiro. He's a big game hero. He's a big game player. Seen it all, done it all. And with Don Carlo as the manager, Brazil, it's not the best Brazil squad of all time, is it? But still, it's a Brazil squad that, with Don Carlo, might end up going far in that tournament, and Casemiro might be a key part of it. His last World Cup, maybe his last international tournament with his country. He's had a difficult time last couple of years at United, overcome adversity and shown the quality that he has, shown the sort of, this is the Casemiro that won all those Champions Leagues. Obviously, he's not that player that he was 5-10 years ago, but he still certainly has a lot to offer. Absolutely a lot to offer. So he's going to be critical today, not just in terms of his job midfield, passing and build-up play, but obviously scoring goals. Another big part of it, because he's a danger from set pieces. I'm enjoying the sort of dieting chat going on right now in the chat. Red Baron was saying about, Red Baron said he was on a diet, and Daniel Luciano doing the caloric deficit. Yes, you've got to count calories. It's, to be fair, it's, for me, it's sometimes good, even if you're not on a diet, just every once in a while, just to count what your calories roughly look like in a day, just so you know where you're at, because I'm guilty of this, is you don't actually think you're eating that much. Or you don't think, I'm being pretty clean. You know what I mean? I'm being pretty clean. I'm eating pretty good. I'm not doing too bad. And then you add them up. You see actually how much you have in a day. And you go, maybe I need to cut that down. Maybe I need to cut that down. And it's amazing how quickly your body adjusts as well. And you realize that some of the things you're having, you don't need to have. You can. I'm one for it as well. Eating out of boredom or stress, that will get you. If you've got a bit of free time, that will get you. That's the one. But yeah, balanced diet, exercise responsibly, and all of that. Even though I don't go to the gym as much as I would like to anymore, like I was last year or whatever, I do walk the dog every day, which is usually for. She's still a bit young, so we don't do super long, but we get our steps in and all that. I've just saw. If you see me looking up like this, it's because on the big screen, before it goes to the Man United game. I'm just seeing the Old Firm is on between Rangers and Celtic. Currently, Rangers 2-1 up against Celtic. They were 2-0 up at Ibrox, but Celtic clawed one back. I tell you what, I tell you what, the Scottish Premiership this season, the title race in that league is brilliant. It might be one of the best title races in Europe at the moment. No joke. Because Rangers and Celtic at different points this season have been so shit, so rubbish, that Hearts have obviously had this great season. They're top of the league, but it's tight at the moment. It's really tight. And you've got like Martin O'Neill's back in it as well. And a lot of his wins at Celtic have been like coming from behind, of like being 2 goals down and winning 3-2. It's actually been a really fun watch. It's been great. Daniel says, Owen, what happened with the weight loss journey video you're talking about? I was going to do a Dr. Andre. We had to rearrange. Oh, just over the bar. We had to rearrange because I just got Asher at the time, and she was a little pup. And if you go to Dr. Andre's channel, someone put a link in the chat. What's it called? It's called Dr. Andre's Health Van or Health Drive, something like that. So it required to go on a drive for a bit, and I didn't have anyone to leave Asher with, so I couldn't do it. But I will do it at some point. With him. It might even be a bit of a double story. It might be the initial weight loss of like the 100 pounds, and then the sort of next part, because that for me is always the hard part. That for me that's always the difficult part. Once you're in, and I think people might relate to this. Once you're into like a weight loss program, or you're into a diet or an exercise routine, once you're a couple months into it, it's quite easy. And then the hardest thing I've always found is what do you do when you hit your goals? Then what? What's next? You have to find a new goal, don't you? You have to find a new goal, and you have to figure out where you want to go with that. And even if it is just maintenance, you have to like flesh out, okay, what does maintenance look like? What does my day-to-day now look like? I don't have to be as extreme as I was here. What do I have to be here? And you can slip back into bad habits, and you can take your foot off the gas a little bit because you do want to enjoy yourself, So that's why they always say sort of, dieting maybe isn't the most sustainable thing because it's somewhat extreme. It's better to make sort of healthier lifestyle decisions, So yeah, exactly. Daniel Luciano. Has anyone seen that documentary on Netflix, The Biggest Loser one? It's really good. I would recommend people to watch it. If you're into that kind of thing, watch it. Because like any reality show, they basically say a lot of the stuff that happened behind the scenes was just cruel and shit. But also, a lot of the people that went on The Biggest Loser and won that lost a huge amount of weight basically screwed up their metabolism. And not only would they put the weight back on, they would put more back on because it actually stopped them from losing weight. Like it literally changed how they lose weight, how they burn fat and burn through calories and what have you. And they can't lose weight. The only way they can lose weight after that is like eating 500 calories a day or something ridiculous. It is insane. It's like a full on like sort of medical insight into that. It's very, very good. And there you go in the chat. Dr. Andre's latest videos with Turkish. There you go. So he's doing content with loads of people. So I'd check it out. Check out Dr. Andre's his channel and subscribe, and I'd like if you haven't already. And also, speaking of Dr. Andre, Flex has recorded a video with Dr. Andre, an injury update, and they're focusing a lot on back injuries. They're focusing a lot on back injuries, and obviously we don't know all the details about Matthijs de Ligt and specifically what's wrong with him, and this, that, and the other, so you can't really speak to that. But what Dr. Andre is really useful for and really good at, and lots of people have mentioned this in those injury update videos, is he was a former Premier League doctor. He was a doctor at Everton for several years. He did the medical for Gaza. Yes, he did the medical for Paul Gascoigne. Imagine what that looked like when he signed for Everton. He also spoke about being in the same room with a young Wayne Rooney and David Moyes when David Moyes was, getting him set to go into Everton's first team at the age of like 16. So he's got a lot of experience, a lot of stories. He's a really interesting man, Dr. Andre, and a really nice man actually as well. So yeah, those injury updates, they're no bullshit. That's a proper, ex-Premier League doctor who will not only tell you the medical side of the injuries itself and what that all looks like, but also the recovery, how long it takes to come back. And also the real interesting thing that I learned from those Dr. Andre videos on the injuries was that, a lot of it is kind of guesswork in the sense of, well, when is this player going to be back and ready, available? And he'll always go like, well, we don't really know. We don't. You just, you do the treatment and then you ask the player, like, how you feeling? Do you feel good? And they say yes or no. Are you feeling any discomfort? A little bit. Is that normal? Yeah, it is normal. But what kind of discomfort is it? Because that might not be normal. And then they get him out on the grass and it's, how do you feel? I feel good. All right, I guess you can go into training. Can you do this? Can you do this? All right, you can go into training. But then they can go into training, take a couple of extra steps and make it worse. And there's nothing that the doctors can do about that because they've tried everything to prevent it and it still ended up going wrong. So it is a lot of guesswork and high pressure and a lot of outside influence. A lot of people go, I need him ready for the weekend. Make sure he's ready for the weekend. Well, he can't play at the weekend. Well, he needs to. So we need to make sure that he plays at the weekend. It could be a very, shady world, injury recovery and injury prevention in the world of football, elite level sport. But it's always the way because there's so much money on the line, unfortunately. We're 14 likes away from 400. So if you haven't already clicked the like button, the game will be kicking off in 18 minutes time. Let me see if I can get the both of the teams up on the screen for you guys here. Let's go to this. There you go. Lovely stuff. So as you can see right there, that is the Manchester United and Crystal Palace starting 11s at Old Trafford today. So for us in goal, it is Lobbins, it's Dallo, Yoro, Maguire, and Shaw. We've got Cobby, we've got Casemiro in midfield, we've got Mateus Cunha, Bruno Fernandes, Brian Mbumo, Benjamin Šeško. And then when it comes to Palace, they're playing that 3-4-3. Gives me shudders. The 3-4-3 at Old Trafford. So an ex-Red and Dean Henderson in goal. We've got Richards, Lacroix, and actually that Canvo, Kamada, and Adam Wharton in midfield. It's going to be audition day for Adam Wharton, one of the names that we've, of course, been linked with in the summer. One of the midfield options people are talking about. Obviously, people are talking about Elliot Anderson, talking about Carlos Baleba, talking about Angelo Stiller, but they're also talking about Adam Wharton, who will be, one would think, is he going to be involved in the World Cup squad in the summer? I think he will be. I don't know if he'll be a starter, but he'll be probably involved in that squad. So it's an audition. It's an audition for him to see how well he does. You've got the wing backs of Munoz and Mitchell, and then the front three, which is Brennan Johnson, Ismail Assar, and Strand Larson. Obviously, the signing from Wolves. The irony being is that Strand Larson's left Wolves, and Wolves have actually done. Oh, what a save that is by Jack Butland. Brilliant save. Good grief. Celtic should have made it 2-2. Another former Manchester United goalkeeper in Jack Butland. I thought, oh, that was a chance. That was. Cool, blimey. I'm telling you, the Scottish title race this season, it is really good. Holds up the ball. Point blank, that's a great save, actually. He's already jumping across goal. Dives across. He has no idea where it's going to go. Oh, and it gets deflected as well. Bloody Nora. Good save. Comes across goal. Just spreads himself as big as possible. Comes off a Rangers player. And he sort of saves it with his sort of collarbone, I think, a little bit there. 6 yards out. Oh, he saves it with his chin. Oof. Drama at Ibrox. Football, you can't beat it, can you? You can't beat it. Good game, good atmosphere. Or their VAR check. They're checking for a possible handball. They would never, would they? He's going to the screen. Is he going to the screen? He's going to give a pen. This would be late drama at Ibrox. My word. They were 2-0 up. What did I say earlier on? Martin O'Neill this season, since he's coming at Celtic, he's been getting these like late goals. Late goals. They were 2-0 down the other day against Kilmarnock. They were, I forget who they were down against, and they came back 3-2. They scored in the last minute. I gotta fucking do it again, this time with a pen. Is it handball? It does come off his hand, to be fair. the fact that he's checking it at the screen, that means he's gonna give it, surely. I'm not sure he can do anything about that, though. Can he? I mean, what's the defender like? I don't know. That's the thing with some of these handballs. I mean, what's a natural position when you're jumping up in the air? I don't know. It'll be given. He's done the thing. He's given it. He's given the pen. In the 89th minute at Ibrox, Southwark were 2-0 down, and they've got a pen to bring it back 2-2. I told you this Scottish title race is honestly, it's fucking brilliant. It's so good this season. Hearts and Rangers and Celtic. Oh, it's a shame because the quality in Scottish football is crap. They're like, League One low championship sides. What drama! What drama? Sport. This is sport. Sporting drama at its finest, folks. And yes, I will get back to the Bay United game. It's on the channel before United kick off, so it's kind of on in the background. And also a bit of drama in terms of our team. It picks itself, doesn't it? There's not really too much to talk about. Just get the win. Get the win, lads. Really. If you are just tuning in, that is the Manchester United starting 11 on the screen. I'm just seeing this pen for Celtic here. They're taking a lot of time, and even again, like I said, with how things have been going, Martin O'Neill recently, I wouldn't even be shocked if there's another. Wouldn't even be shocked. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of time. Heavy breathing. Here we go. I mean, that is a pressure moment. A penalty in the last minute to equalise for Celtic at Ibrox against Rangers in the Old Firm. Holy shit. All right, steps up. Penalty spot. No stutter. Oh, he's missed. Oh, he double save. Oh, he's got it eventually. Fucking hell. Oh, my God. Jack Butler, you're so unlucky. He saved the first penalty, and then he saved the rebound, but it got tapped in again. The guy had 3 kicks at it. First one saved, second one saved, third one in the back of the net. It's 2-2. Holy shit. Oh, man. Look at this. It wasn't a very good pen or a good... I tell you what, the follow-up save's actually really good from Butland. Unlucky, pal. That first pen's crap. But the drama, it was probably going in anyway, actually, the third one. It was probably just about going in. Yeah, but he tucks it away in the end. 2-2 in the Old Firm. Would you believe it? 2-0 down and they've come back. But is it sustainable, Martin O'Neill? That's the question. That is the question. Wow, unbelievable. Yes, you're right. You're right, Ridwan. If Hearts win, it'll be the first time since 1985 a non-Celtic Rangers team has won it, and that was Sir Alex's Aberdeen. Yes. There's 5 minutes added on there. Speaking of minutes, we're 11 minutes away from kickoff at Old Trafford. The reason I'm talking about the Old Firm game is just because it's on Sky Sports main event before they switch over to the United game, OT. And it's the first part of a Super Sunday. Of course, the game after that is Arsenal versus Chelsea. And if you want reaction to that, it'll be coming from Flex on the Football Fleck. I'm just looking at the poll in the chat. This is why I never usually do these kind of polls, because it's about United channel. So we're probably gonna dominate the voting on this one. But I've put in there, what is your prediction? A United win, a Palace win, or a draw? Shockingly, you'll be shocked by these numbers, folks. Manchester United winning is at 91%. 91% of you think Manchester United is going to win. And I'd vote that one too. Not even out of just talking chest and being, I'll back my team, is I do think Man United are going to win today. I do think Man United are going to win today. I don't know how straightforward it will be. I'm hoping for another clean sheet for Steno Lommans. Because he deserves it. He deserves more clean sheets. So he's only lost, 2 or 3 games. And I think he's got the highest XG or highest amount of goals prevented in the Prem or something like that out of the keepers. Very, very impressive. Could Rangers get a goal? Could you imagine? Start going for a counter. That's a good tackle. There's still 2 minutes left to play in that, with the stoppage time that's been added on. And basically, again, both teams need to go for it, because what's the Scottish Premiership look like?
At Red Bear and 2,455 super chatted £5. No drama with United. I wonder if Brexit
Rangers
Jim
claim
will make
handball?
a racist comment soon, just because nothing's happening.
I mean, that the thing with that was the other part of the Sir Jim thing. Obviously, there was the part that like I said, I thought it was hypocritical and everything else that goes with it. But it was just at a time where it's probably one of the more quieter times that I can recall talking about Man United, in terms of like United usually day to day. There's so much shit going on, and it's always like some kind of controversy. It is nice that doesn't happen all the time now, which again was even why it was another reason for why it was so ridiculous. One of the things that Ratcliffe said was that, just again, I don't get how people can't understand that the pushback of, well, it's his opinion. He's a right to his opinion. Of course he is. Everyone's right to their opinion, but surely it's common knowledge that is that an ice cream truck? Who the fuck's getting ice cream on the 1st of March? Who's having ice cream on the 1st of March, man? It's still cold. What the hell? Yeah, the fact is that, with United, if you're the co-owner of Manchester United, things your words come with, they carry a large distance, and you got to be careful with what you say. Absolutely, got to be careful with what you say. So do I. I want ice cream. I can't really have it nowadays. I have to eat that dairy-free ice cream. Overhead kick. It is an ice cream thing. he's getting one. Yeah, maybe I need it. Maybe I need it to soothe the lemon sweets. Maybe it's a sign from above going, Owen, you need to get something to soothe the pain, the burning that is naturally on the horizon. Look at that as well. Southwark have had 9 goals in 90 for after 90th minute this season, 5 of which have been winners. Mad, crazy. To be fair, yeah. And actually, let me know in the chat about that as well. Since we're in one of those ones where there's not much going on, team kind of picks itself. From an ice cream van, what's your go-to? It's got to be a 99 or a double 99 with a flake, obviously. Put some sort. What they I like was it like strawberry sauce you used to put on it? I used to like that. I was a fan of that. Mr. Whippy. I would never, some people would go to the ice cream van and then get like I don't know, think of like a generic ice cream, Owen. I haven't had them in so long. Was it called a Calippo? Is that what they were called? Yeah, a Calippo. They go, I'll get a Calippo, please. Well, you can get that from the shop. You know what I mean? You can get that from the shop. If you get it's all kicking off at Ibrox. Martin O'Neill's getting in the middle of it. Martin O'Neill, isn't he in like his 70s? He's shoving people around, trying to separate, trying to stop fights going on. Go on, Martin. Yeah, but yeah, you've got to go with a Mr. Whippy if you're going to go for an ice cream van. But like I said, now I have to get dairy-free ice cream. Messes with my stomach too much.
At Louise App Davis 9,475 super chatted £5. Interesting fact, Gorillaz have released 7 albums since Demon Days and just released a new album last Friday, and Arsenal still haven't won the CL.
Wow, there's there's lots of things that have happened in that time, isn't it? Lots of things that have happened. I'm just trying to think. I've went to primary school, secondary school, and university. And that took place over like 20 odd years. Arsenal still haven't won Champions League. And this year, maybe they're going to do it, right? Maybe we'll see. Let me turn over the coverage. I want to see actual Palace. Right, the teams are coming out onto the pitch at Old Trafford. I've got to switch screens. I've got to make sure I'm ready. Don't get distracted by ice cream, Owen. Story of my life. If I had a penny for every time I'd heard that before, I'd have quite a few pennies actually. I do love ice cream. Right, let's switch to the main match studio. There you go. Yes. As the teams out onto the pitch at Old Trafford. Come on, United. Don't let us down. I know you won't. Got to believe. Believe. If you haven't already, click the like button. We're nearly at 500 likes, which is great for a solo in match view. Reminder, we'll be hearing from Flex after the match outside Old Trafford. And Flex will be with me on Wednesday for the game against Newcastle at St. James's Park. And DJ will be back with us from either Wednesday or next weekend, or the weekend after, because we don't play this weekend, which sucks. As they're just going through the teams. Oh, I didn't change that. Let me make sure I got that ready. Did everyone see, by the way, that the Premier League, I don't know if they've launched it yet or they're launching their first direct-to-consumer streaming service in, is it Singapore? They're doing it, I think, Singapore, which is basically, it's their own version of like Netflix with all of the games and that on it. And it's seen by quite a few people as that's a bit of their sort of test to see how it works out, how they handle it, what sign up is like, some of the more technical issues, some of the bugs. Because let's be honest, the day the Premier League decide to do that globally and just do a direct-to-consumer streaming service where you just pay and you can watch all of the games, first of all, goodbye to the 3 p.m. blackout because it's completely outdated and not needed. I know people like to say that, oh, it's, it means people have to go to watch their local games. It doesn't. And on top of that, it's 2026. And in other countries, you have a whole rights package where everyone can watch any game at any point they want. And yet in the country where the games are, you can't do that. It's mad. But if the Prem decide to do that, and they put out that for everyone around the world, a direct-to-consumer streaming service, surely it will be like the most viewed or the most bought subscription service in the world. Maybe not. Maybe will it hit the levels of Netflix or Disney Plus? Probably. I suppose the concern would be for like Sky, that might be the end for Sky as we know it. I mean, Sky Sports, like it's the Prem, really. So I don't know. I don't know what that would be, because I've always thought that what will make the Premier League more money? Is it? I think still, broadcasters paying over the odds might make them more money than a subscription service. I don't know. Michael Carrick just said he'd speak to Oliver Glasner after the game, perhaps. Right, there's a huddle. I don't have anyone in my huddle today, so you have to huddle with me. Come on, guys. We've got to keep this going. Yeah, we've got to keep the momentum going. We're 10 games unbeaten. Let's make it 11 games. We're going to be positive. There are going to be some tough moments. We've got to back the team. And we've got a couple of options off the bench. That's what we need to do, yeah? And to remember today, with a win, we go up to third, right? Let's do the Harry Kane stuff. Let's go. Yes. It's the great Harry Kane team talk. I mean, I suppose, look, the World Cup's the most viewed. Isn't it like the most viewed thing whenever it's on? Most viewed sporting event, most viewed just event in general. So I suppose, look, if Premier League had that on a weekly basis and everyone around the world had to pay a subscription fee, then who said wouldn't make a ton of money? Right, we're off. Oh, it's the first day of meteorological spring, for those that were wondering. Let's have a fast start, United, yeah? Let's have a fast start. But yeah, now that we're in March, it makes me start thinking about the clocks changing again, doesn't it? That's what? When is that? A few weeks? Early foul given against United. Yes, Toby, I know. I know. Oh my God, just in the 40 lemons. And I've had 2 today. I've had 2. Like I've chopped that number down. Every time I chop it down, it goes straight back up. And remember today, though, today is the last day that you can move that number. After today's stream, it's done. And I just have to hit that number eventually over time. It's going to take a while. Going to be in for the long game. I aim to finish it probably like the end of the season, maybe. Ball in. Headed away by Luke Shaw. Oh, ricochet. Strand Larsen goes out for a goal kick. Phoenix says, oh, enough with the lemons. No. It's a goal kick for Manchester United. Lemons is going to take. I tell you what, Palace are pushing up high on the edge of the box. So Man United's, oh, no, we're not going to go long. Lemons goes to Dallo. A long ball. Šeško with a flick on. You remember that Chelsea game at Old Trafford earlier on this season? It was a Šeško flick on to Brian Mbeumo, which led to Sanchez getting sent off. That's a poor kick. Oh, Fernandes. It was a poor kick by Henderson, and Bruno just hit it first time. It wasn't a problem. Oh, Man United pressing high, nearly won it back there, but Palace have managed to sort of play out. Goes Mitchell. Well done, Cass. I need to get a. I've been thinking about getting a stand-up desk. Deflection. Ismail Assar had a shot, and it kind of hung up in the box a little bit, and Strand Larsen looked like he went for a bit of a scorpion kick. He missed it. He tried to do the Olivier Giroud. Did he touch it there? That's the question. No, he didn't. Corner ball to Palace. Let's see. Is that Adam Wharton on the edge of the box? They got some height in there. Are they going to surround Lomans like they did last on Monday? Ball's hung up. Fucking hell. Oh, why? The ball just like was hung up there. It was just hung up. And he just got like a free header, and everyone just sort of watched it go in. Ah, kid, ow. Honestly, that is so flat. Look, just a ball hung up in the air. It's just hung up in the air. Lenny Yoro loses his man, and how that ends up going in. Like, Lenny makes a mess of it. And everyone just watches it go in. Oh, such a bad goal. The defending on that, so bad. And I tell you what, Lenny Yoro, in the last game, he struggled. He got better as the game went on, but he was all over the place there again. All over the shop. And just no one reacts to it. Right, good start. 1-0 down in 5 minutes. Now they got something to hold on to. And like I said, this one, I didn't think it was going to be straightforward. And Palace got a really good record away at Old Trafford. So Man United 1-0 down in under 5 minutes from just a basic goal. Because I mean, there's so much wrong with that goal. It's not even, again, it's not even a good corner. It's just a ball hung up at the back post. It's a free header because Yoro loses his man. He doesn't really know what's going on. And then everyone just kind of watches it go in. It just looks slow, lethargic, just poor. But yeah, Yoro has to be stronger there, has to be more physical. I need to react. All right, here comes Shaw. What we don't want is this game now to drift, and then it turns from just getting the equalizer to from trying to get a winner to try and get an equalizer. Trying to get an immediate response. Yoro ball into the box. He was aiming for Cunha. This is a little bit too much on it. Man United. They don't make it easy, do they? Nope, they don't. But Yoro, look, he's not even watching the ball for a while. It's only when... And then really, by the time he heads it, he's not even really putting that much on him. There's a lot to do. It's got no business going in. Not a good start. Right, Cobby. Out wide to Mbumo. Dalot. Ball goes into the box. Oof. He nearly headed it into his own net there for a second. But there is still a lot of time to go. Definitely not time to throw our toys out the pram or anything like that. This is why Carrick shouldn't be the coach. Or this is why you don't start Šeško. This is why this. No point. Forest already losing. Diego Gomez. Not that I particularly care about that match. Ball over the top goes into Loman's box. But United just need to react. Oh, Dalot. Well, don't react. Don't just stand there getting angry. React. That's the problem with Dalot is you forget, don't you? You forget. You forget. But this is another test for Carrick, right? This is adversity. You've gone 1-0 down. It's the first time Man United have been behind at home in the Premier League since the Bournemouth game in December. We haven't been behind at Old Trafford in 3 months. Could be 2. It could be 2. Mitchell. Need to wake up. Can't just drift. And this was my concern is that this is how we've started in the last couple of games. We have started really slow and sort of lethargic. Spurs losing. Spurs losing 1-0. Harry Wilson scored. Right, Casemiro. Come on, United. Wake up. Don't, you've done all this good work recently, putting yourself in a good position. Villa have lost. You win today, go up to 3rd spot. Oh, Dalot, you've done it twice! He can't pass the ball. Bruno. Dalot, honestly, this is when you know if this is like his first couple of touches of the ball today, it's 2 misplaced passes. Holy shit. And Bumo, towards Cobby. It's a good tackle. Maguire. Ivan Super Chat says, these guys always doing the same stupid things. Oh, look, we got to get ourselves out of it. We put ourselves into it, got to get ourselves out of it. Casemiro's into the box. Oh. There's goals in the game for us. You know what I mean? There's goals in the games for us. We've just put ourselves in such a shitty position. And got to move it quicker. Got to move it faster. There you go, Palace on the attack again. Oh, sure, what are you doing? They've cut it back. Oh, saved by Lomans. Honestly, in terms of an opening 11 minutes, holy shit. Like, Shaw, definition of casual Shaw. Look at this. Pass. What are you doing? Sticking a heel out at it. Some of the mistakes in the opening, 12 minutes from United have been unbelievable. Fortunately for us and Lomans, the shot was right at him. Does what he needs to do. And again, we're doing that thing where passing the ball along the back four, but going backwards and it's slow. This was the problem that we were talking about against Everton. When we and Flex were talking about it a lot during the game, going, pass the ball forward, pass it forward. You know, take some risks. Oh, Lenny, that's just awful. I mean, we're 12 minutes in, the amount of misplaced passes we've done so far. I mean, to be honest, that entire back four has been, for nearly 13 minutes here, have been shocking. Look at the match stats so far. Palace, 4 shots, 2 on target, 5 touches in the opposition box. We've only had 1 shot, 1 on target, 1 touch in the opposition box. We haven't started. Let's be honest. We have not started at all. It's a really flat start by United. Really flat. This is what we were saying. You know, things ain't going to be straightforward. Because, this Man United team just looks leggy. Leggy, slow. Old Trafford's quiet because we're not really doing much of anything. Man, got to wake up. Sure, surely you can recover. And give it back to Lomans. There you go, clear. I do agree. Someone said it in the chat. Pooja, yeah, it's true. We really miss Leacher from a build-up point of view, from a playing out from the back. Leacher is honestly so critical because he's one of the few defenders that will step out, play the ball forward, can actually pass the ball. Whereas you're looking at this back four at the moment, their passing's off. And this is what I was sort of talking about, saying I think this might be us for sort of the rest of the season, that I don't know how many more performances we're going to get that look like the City or the Arsenal game. I think we're just going to be sort of grinding out results between now and the end of the season. And it's not going to be pretty. Lenny, I tell you what, in terms of a 15 minutes here, Lenny Yoro, he's struggled. Look, he's all over Strand Larsen there. He's having a really rough time of it again. Really rough time. Obviously, the goal conceded at the corner, but a couple of misplaced passes, some mistakes, fouls. He's had a bad start. He's had a bad start. And against Everton, he looked shaky at the beginning, kind of grew into the game. But he's not had a good start. It's so quiet at Old Trafford. Oh my God. No one's chanting. Not even... Ball in the box. I'll be keepers. Right. Throw it out. Throws it out to Shaw. Something. I don't know if I can watch this fucking match. I don't know if I can do this for my health, folks. Genuinely. I don't know what's going to hurt me first. The lemon sherbets or the fucking game. Because Luke Shaw, he's just misplayed a pass. What is wrong with us? There you go. Cunha. Is it a foul? No, referee's not going to give it. This genuinely, this might be like the worst. I mean, we've had some shit 15 minutes this season, but this is up there. It's shocking. We have been shocking the first 15 minutes. Our passing has been horrific. And we're doing this like slow passing out from the back thing. We can't even pass. Look at Cobby surrounded by white shirts. Just standing off him now as well. Man, this has been... I mean, I know we've been slow starters in recent weeks, but wow. Like Mike says, LOL WTF, what the F has this been the last 3 games? Last 3 games is what we've started like. We have. Against West Ham, we were dross throughout a lot of the game. Everton, we weren't great. It's the same. Watch out. Oh. Right. You're on the counter now. Pass it. So everyone's infected. Everyone's infected, and Bumo can't pass it now. Everyone can't pass. Holy shit. Just like wake up, United, man. Bruno. I'm just begging for some injection of something, pace, speed. Even if someone just has a shot and Henderson has to make a save just to get the crowd going. Because it's just... And you know, like Flex was saying on the road trip when he was saying about, oh my God, you can't pass the fucking ball, Dallo. Bruno goes to a 1-2 with Dallo. Dallo goes to give it him back. He plays it behind him and a free kick. He can't pass the fucking ball. That's 3 times. 3 times in 18 minutes, he has done a misplaced pass. 3 times in 18 minutes. On average of in every 6 minutes, he's giving the ball away with a misplaced pass. Fucking hell. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. And that's been more like Dallo that we know. The last few games, he's actually been okay. But now, right back to reality for him. Good gracious. I'd hook him off at half time. Who gives a shit? Who have we got on the bench that can play right back? Mazraoui. Yeah, put Mazraoui in there. Right, come on. Maguire. There you go. Right, a 1-2 when it actually goes to their feet. Dallo. Oh. I genuinely, I would take Dallo off. It's just not ideal when your right side of your defense is just having a fucking stinker. Like, because Yoro's on the same side as Dallo, isn't he? He is. Yeah, our right side of defense is just a mess. Right, Casemiro. Ball over the top. Oof, I thought I was going to land to Cunha there for a second. 20 minutes gone. Man United 0, Crystal Palace 1. early goal, and United are. Pooch says United playing with 10 men. We're playing with 9 with Yoro and Dallo so far. We're actually playing with 8. Yoro, Dallo, and Shaw. Kobe, Casemiro. Asking a lot of Šeško. And this was my worry with the Šeško thing. Not like, oh, 1-0 down. See, this is why you don't play Šeško, blah, blah, blah. No. But this is what Flex and myself were talking about on Monday, whereby it's great starting Šeško, don't get me wrong, but if no one's going to play to him, then he might as well not be on the pitch. You know, you're a striker. You are reliant on a bit of serve. God, we just head it out for a throw. Oh. But, yeah, Šeško, he probably barely touched the ball, and you know, because no one's giving the ball towards him. No one's creating anything for him. Like, that is just absolutely awful. You go again. Ismail Assar. Bit short. See it out. It's going to be a long night, isn't it? It'll be a long nighty. Just Josh Media Graphics Career Visual Ninja says, and now Shaw's down. Is the record going to be broken? I mean, what was the reason for him going down? I felt like he maybe got hurt a couple of minutes ago. But Josh Media Graphics Guru Visual Ninja says an assessment of this first 20 minutes, Owen, is shit, isn't it? To be specific. What was it? He sort of jar his leg, maybe. Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's down and he's not really moving that much, that suggests to me that he might be coming off. He's already got some strapping on his leg, actually, there. Mazraoui's warming up, so I mean, look, he's done so much work to get back into the England squad, and we're a couple of weeks away from an international break where Thomas Tuchel's going to have the last look at who's going to be available, and he might not be available for it now, which is a shame for him. That is a shame for him. Ivor says these guys should be investigated for betting. Luke Shaw, the only United player to have started every league match this season. He's only 20 have across the Premier League. Most minutes of any United player in all comps, and has made as many appearances this season as he did in the 2 previous seasons combined, now off of an injury. That is very unlucky. Very, very unlucky. So we've had a start whereby we've played shit. Shaw wasn't playing great anyway. He's off now with an injury. And yeah, our left side. We don't really have a left-hand side now. Dorgu and Shaw both injured. And our sort of right-hand side isn't much better because Dallas having a stinker. Come on, United, please. I just can't be doing with, the negativity of the point scoring that will come with this. Kobe. Lenny Oro. Dallo, don't you dare. Oh, my. Get him off the pitch. Get him off the pitch. Bring Luke Shaw back on, even an injured Shaw. Bring him back on the pitch. He was lucky he kept the ball there, for fuck's sake. Even then, heavy touch nearly gave it away. Honestly, I shouldn't be stunned with him, but oh my God. He can't play football today. He's just not playing. Bruno. Oh. Oh. Come on, United, please. Just create something. Right. Cunha. Right. Mazraoui, give it to Cunha. There's Cunha. No. Goal kick. Richards gets the better of him. Not good. Not good. Michael Carrick frowning on the touchline. Don't blame him. This is certainly a like I said, it's been the performances last couple of games have been rough. But this is really the worst of it so far. And Dean Henson's kicked it straight out for a throw. You would have just thought that Man United have been keeping up this incredibly intense schedule with all of the... Cobby's just lost the ball there. We are all over the place. We can't pass the ball. We can't control the ball. It's like some of these players, they've been sort of body swapped. They've got clones, but these clones can't play football. It's full on Space Jam settings, isn't it? Free kick. Oh. I'd love to know. See if I can have a look of just how many passes we've actually completed. Because it can't be many. It can't. They've had 59% possession, Palace. They've had more of the ball than us, more passes, and we're meant to be better without the ball. It's just no intensity, lethargic. Giving the ball away again. It just beggars belief. Like when you're watching, you go, yeah, but eventually they're gonna have to actually pass the ball, it'll be fine. I can't believe what I'm watching. You've got the opportunity to go up to third in the Prem. You know what I mean? You finished 15th last season. You can be third in the Prem. And you're just jogging around. You can't pass the ball. Madness. Right, Cobby travelling with the ball here. Mazraoui, Cobby again. It's a fly on the camera, which is very annoying. Oh, nearly into Mbeumo. All right, something. I mean, give the fans something to chant about or react to, for goodness sake. That isn't a misplaced pass. And someone get that pissing fly off the camera lens. It's driving me insane.
Believe. At Imbluda
Right.
Badida 69 super chatted 50 Norwegian kroner. We need to stop overhyping Yoro. He was the worst player on the pitch last match and today he cost us the goal. Looks shaky and uncomfortable.
What is wrong with Diogo Dalot, honestly? What is wrong with him? Has he got like a twin that's shit at football that we don't know about? I can't believe it. Casemiro. And Mbeumo. Cobby. There you go. Mazraoui. Cobby again. Yoro. I'll go for a corner, won't it? Go for a corner. Sarball. But what's just kind of mad is that we're trying to do like intricate build-up play passing, which is difficult at the best of times. You're trying to thread the ball through the eye of the needle. It has to be really precise, and you have to be a really technically proficient team. But we can't complete one pass, let alone the 6-7 that it would require to actually score a goal with how we're trying to sort of build up. Go more direct. Ball in. Maguire's. Oh, deflected wide. Something. Wake the crowd up a little bit. Thank you. And Boomer with this corner. Ball in. Bruno goes down holding his head. Bruno doesn't look happy with it. And Bruno's having words off the ball. Let's have a look at this Maguire header. "32 minutes gone. Palace still 1-0 up. United growing into the game a bit more now. And Bubo, nearly across the Sheshko. Oh, that's a nasty one, that. That hurts your foot. It's one of those ones you take a proper swing at it and you kick someone's foot. That hurts. But hopefully can build something off this. Something. But Palace really haven't been threatened all that much, have they? Let's be honest. Maguire. Dallo. Mbumo ball in. I'm not against that again. As long as you're trying to find Sheshko, trying to get balls into the box, fine. And again, a bit more direct, a bit quicker. I saw that their new additions to VAR for next season, isn't it? VAR now can impact, was it second yellow cards and corners? And there's a big push on, like time wasting. If you waste certain amounts of time, a goalkeeper, it goes to a corner. That already happens, but there's more about taking times for throw-ins and stuff like that. Whether or not those rules actually get enforced, because that's what tends to happen, certainly in the offside, surely. Yeah, he was offside. That's what tends to happen in the Premier League, where they create these new rules, enforce them for like a week or two, then they forget about them. But last 5 minutes, Man United played a little bit better, but again, it wasn't hard to be much of an improvement on the first 30, because the first 30 were absolutely shocking. Some of the worst. Why is he still down? Either someone comes on or he gets off the pitch. Spurs 2-0 down. Spurs genuinely, they might get relegated. They genuinely might get relegated. Even as bad as we've played the last 35 minutes, Spurs are still worse than us, which says a lot because we've been shocking. Come on, United. Show a bit of energy, something a bit more direct. Take a bit of a risk. Play forward. You're at home. You're at Old Trafford. This is to go into third spot in the Premier League, to be the third best team in the Prem. But you've got to earn it. You've got to play like it. You've got to show you deserve to be there in that position. not just amble through the game and just win the match just because you're Man United and you're at home. Doesn't work like that. Got to put the work in. Good touch by Bruno. Back heel. Dalla wasn't there. Oh, this is going to be one of those games, isn't it? It's going to be one of those games where it's just everything just feels like it's pulling teeth and tedious. Yeah. Come on, United. Come on, United. Well, didn't say it was going to be straightforward. Because, again, that's what Man United does. Bruno. Mazraoui. I'm tell you what, I'm worried about that width on that left-hand side. It's pretty non-existent, isn't it? You've got Cunha's always going to drift into central areas, cut inside. Mazraoui, similar. It's more of an inverting fullback. There you go. And Mbumo into the box. And Mbumo, you're going to take a shot? You're going to give? Oh, Mazraoui and Cunha bumping into each other, for fuck's sake. Eight minutes to go until half-time. Casemiro. Šeško. Little flick. Cunha, just a bit of a heavy touch. Still alive there. Still alive. Mazraoui. Cobby. Bruno. Header! Oh, but better. At least that ball in the box. Šeško header. Better. Growing into the game. I mean, it's a half chance, really. As you know, you just got to get it on target. It's a good header. But this is what we were saying. You know, it's all well and good saying Šeško should start this, that, and the other. Got to play to him. Got to play to him, play to his strengths. Last 10 minutes, yeah, we've grown back into the game. Possession, 81%. Passes in the final third, 32. 6 crosses, much better than what Palace's numbers, but they're the ones ahead. So we're the ones that have got to get it done. Maguire. And back to Lomans. I just, like I said earlier on, I just don't want this to get into a situation where it's, where it turns from we're trying to make it 2-1 until we're just going, well, we're just happy to get a draw. You know what I mean? Because the game can drift very quickly. Very quickly. There you go, wins it back. And Mbumo, right, travel. You've turned it over in a good space. Use it, use it. Bruno, oh. Now, Bruno looked like Bruno was really pissed off of that. I'm not sure what for. At least, again, you're sort of trying to create stuff, do stuff now. Cobby. $5 minutes to go until half time. United growing into the game. Oh, and Boomer went. I wasn't sure if the ref was going to give that for a second. It did look a bit soft. And he knows what he's doing. Let's have a look. It's a free kick. It's a free kick. It's a free kick. It's a little bit of a nibble. A little bit of a nibble. We'll take it. Right, come on, Bruno or someone. Do not waste this. Give us something. Give us something. Please. Please. Who's going to take a big Bruno? Bruno Miguel Fernandes. Oh, just tipped over the bar. I tell you what, I think that's a top save. It might have been going in. It might have been going, oh, excuse me. Yeah, well, maybe it's just going to touch the bar. Ball in. Oh. Fernandes. Mazraoui. Bruno. It went through the legs. He got a free kick. He's holding his thigh. I think he'll be fine. It's Bruno Fernandes. He doesn't get injured, damn it. Man United won another free kick. Smart, clever. Who's going to take this one? Bruno probably need to whip it in. Have some whippage. Bruno, ball in. Here we go, ball in. Towards the back post. Casemiro! Oh, it's a chance. Cass, you're better than that. You're better than that. He's so good in the air as well. Ah, man. We're growing into it, though. Definitely growing into it. Casemiro, 34. Come on. We've got, what, 90 seconds left plus stoppage time. Good claim by Lomans. Right, now go, go, go. Something before half-time. Let's level it up before half-time. Please. He fizzed that into Mbumo. I mean, he did fizz it in, but I think your touch's got to be better there. Oh, ref. Oh. I knew they were going to put that graphic up. You just fucking knew it, didn't you? As soon as Šeško started the game, you just knew that graphic was going to be put up. Didn't you? Fewest touches, Benjamin Šeško, 7 on the pitch. You just knew. And it's not a reflection of Šeško. It's not like, oh, Šeško started and now Šeško's ghosting and he's done nothing. It's just, he's not got any service. And this is why, again, those discussions of, he's got to start, he's got to do this, got to do that. Got to be careful with it. Come on, show some urgency or something, United, please. Yoro. Brennan Johnson, ball into the box. Oh, I tell you what, that is, even with that, he kind of went past Yoro with ease. I'm not going to lie, Yoro is really struggling in this first half. I mean, we've grown into it a bit again, but in this first half, but it has not been pretty. Not been pretty at all. But got to believe, right? Got to believe. Even that cross from Bruno there was just flat. And again, maybe this why it was a good thing to have Šeško be a sub, not because he's negatively impacted the game or anything like that, just because we're such slow starters that we start playing a bit better in the second half and the game opens up a bit and he can get a bit more freedom there. Whereas we've seen the last 3 games, we've started so slow and so poorly, and we haven't created a lot. Hopefully, we'll get a bit of a reaction in the second half. But can't keep this up the whole game because it's just not been good enough. Exactly, Alan. If we can't pass the ball, where's Šeško going to get the touches from? I mean, we're really lacking width as well. Again, that left-hand side. Cunha is always going to be drifting inside. Mazraoui is going to be drifting inside. Looks like Carrick's going to have to find something. My goodness. Yoro. Bumo. We're into that territory, aren't we? We're into sort of moment of magic, aren't we? Because the sort of team collective performance in there, half-time and some grumbles at Old Trafford. Not necessarily, I think, for, Michael Carrick or even maybe like, the players. It's just more that just what we've seen has just been so flat and so poor. That is one of, if not the poorest first half I've seen under Michael Carrick. You've got to call a spade there. Let's call Flex, see what he said at halftime there, because that was ugly stuff. See what he says. Yes, mate. Oh, is this going to be shit again when my speaker doesn't work? Oh, dear. Oh, wait a minute. Let's try again.
Yo.
There you go. Much better, Fleck.
Yes.
Well, I can hear you now, but in terms of much better, the performance, that's got to be the worst of the Carrick so far, has it not?
Aye.
Shocking.
Yeah. It was really, really bad for a lot of reasons. The first and foremost problem is we've got a big problem playing against that formation in this 4-4-2. That's what actually the problem. I know everyone. Listen, we'll get to Dalot playing a 0 out of 10 and everyone giving the ball away until the last 10 minutes. We'll get to that. But just tactically, from minute 1, we just got big problems because they don't really understand how to play in that. I'm just on the phone, mate. It's on the phone. Oh, sorry, mate. They don't understand. They don't understand how to play against that formation in our current 4-4-2. So what's happening is Brennan Johnson's the inside 10, and that's Dalot's man because he's going in there with him. But then Mitchell is pushing up and almost being like the left winger, obviously he's a wing back.
Yeah. And
then Bumo has to jump to the left centre back, which is basically their left back. And then Dalot's caught in between, and then Casemiro has to basically come in, and there's a big gap there. And they're doing the same on the other side as well. So we just don't have a clue. We didn't have a clue until the last maybe 10 minutes when we started doing things better. So firstly, tactical. Second thing is ourselves.
Yeah.
100%. Like giving the ball away, nervous. Look, let's just get it out of the way. Dallo, back to the bozo. Dallo.
Shocking.
So like absolutely awful to the point where he's on my side and it's that bad. I'm looking at him, I'm like, I feel sorry for him. He actually needs to probably come off.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'd have hooked him off. I'd have hooked him off.
Yeah.
After you gave the ball away like 4 times in a row, I'd be like,
yeah, it's awful. Yeah. But at the same time, you're a fucking pro. You're doing interviews with Rio saying, I won't hide. You're having a bad 20 minutes. You know what I mean? You can't just take off people when they have a bad 20 minutes. I get it. So that's just us getting angry. But he was absolutely awful. Lenny Yoro struggled with Strand Larsen early on. He got it together the last sort of 10 minutes, but Strand Larsen's targeted him. Everyone was just slow on the ball, not showing. Half of the time, the guys on the ball don't have anything ahead of them. And like I said, it wasn't until the last 10, 15 minutes of that half where we started to get it together. And actually, we've actually had chances.
Yeah.
They clear one off the line. The Benjamin Sesko header, the save from the Bruno free kick, and Bumo should have shot. We've had some chances, last half chances. So just from moving the ball a bit quicker with a little bit more intent. So it's a little bit of all of it. You know, now these where we find out about Carrick as well, because like there's 2 teams playing. When you're up against it and your team's playing shit, you forget that sometimes the other team's really good. And Palace have been really good, moving the ball around really well. Yes, we've allowed them to do it, but they're really organised. And obviously they know that system like the back of their hand. And I just think we've been so drilled in our back 5. And but in a 4-4-2 against that, we haven't played against that. Do you know what I mean? Which is tough.
Yeah, I think, like I said, it's just you know when we said on Monday when obviously the chatter was about Šeško and starting and this, that, and the other, and we sort of said that actually if he started this game, he'd have struggled because there would have been no service to him, and they put up the stat on the screen in that half. Šeško had the fewest touches out of anyone on the pitch, 7 touches.
Yeah, you see it. Yeah, exactly.
Which obviously, look, that's not his fault. It's not like he's playing badly or anything like that. He's just not getting the service. But this is what we've seen over the last few games. West Ham, Everton, now this of that kind of slow, methodical, sort of lazy build-up play, which isn't great from United anyway. It's just not conducive to like having a striker that can have chances created from, is it?
It's not. And also, like you say, how slow we are to move the ball. I don't mind us going sideways to go back the other way quickly. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? And that's what when we started rotating the ball better, that's when Maguire's got it out to Yoro, and Yoro's quickly switched it into Dallo. Then Dallo's actually found the red shirt, and vice versa. Bruno's dropping to find the game. Like similar to what Tyler Adams was saying, like Bruno's meant to be here, but he's going to find the game. He started to do that the last 10 minutes because when he was playing in that 4-4-2 at the top end of the pitch, it's 2 against 3, so they've always got a spare centre back there. So Sesko and Bruno were just getting outnumbered, and then, like I said, Tariq Mitchell was giving loads of problems down my side. So the problem is that you can go sideways, but if you go sideways really slowly against that formation, they just slot across. Yeah. When we've done it quickly, or we've tried a couple of big switches that have landed and a couple that have gone out, then you get something out of it. So I don't know. It's really alarming because these are the things that, again, this is a humbler, isn't it? This is where you go when you play against a certain type of team. Palace have got their problems, but like you said, they've got players who can hurt us and they understand the system very well. And all that you see, Glasner's shit and this, that, and the other, and now all of a sudden he's coming, he's playing us off the park. Do you know what I mean? Now, that doesn't mean he needs to get the job, or it doesn't mean he should. Do you know what I mean? I'm just saying it's all relevant. Do you know what I mean?
And also as well we've noticed this the last, like I said, this sort of 3rd game in a row it's been like this, with this sort of build-up play from United, where it's like, I don't like the sort of arrogance of some of the players of, we'll just sort of show up, we'll pass the ball around, and Palace are struggling, we'll be enough we'll be enough to beat them. It's like, no, it don't work like that. And I know that we haven't lost in 2026, but we haven't got that divine right. We're not that good of a team to be that arrogant. You know what I mean?
No, we're not with what's on the line, and not with where we're coming from. And that's the thing. You could see, even before they scored their header from the corner, the first couple of transitions in the first 2 minutes, we started so bad. Like, we just gave the ball away really quickly. And they would just start popping it. You go, oh, guys, switch on a little bit here. This is a bad start. But because it's so early and it's 0-0, you think, oh, it's just a couple of cobwebs. But then you go 1-0 down that early. And then from then until about the 35th minute, I'd say, 38th minute, maybe 40th. About 35th, I'd say, because we had a good 10-minute spell towards the end. we was really poor. Like, you know, Wharton, remember what we said? You give him time and space in there, him and Kamada are just popping it about.
Yeah.
Sars getting joy, Strand Larsen's getting joy. It's the three centre-halves of them. They're just doing really well. It's meat and drink for them. Like, it was a really poor performance up until the last 10 minutes. It wasn't until we got a corner and then Mbumo whipped in, and I think, who headed it at the back post? And then I think they cleared it. It wasn't until that the momentum shifted a little bit.
Yeah.
And then we started to get on the front foot.
We had the Maguire one, Casemiro one, which you should do better with, probably.
There you go. So we've had chances, considering we only played for 10 minutes. We had chances, but the problem is being 1-0 down against a stubborn side like that. You're looking for a bit of magic, or you're looking for the whole. It isn't just a one-man thing. Like, yes, Dallo had an absolute shocker, but the whole team was way off it.
And this is also when it goes into about, you know, we were sort of saying you need options off the bench, and sometimes it is positive to hold up, you know, a player that's making a difference back, because, right, let's say, okay, they go like, okay, bring Ahmad on. This is the same Ahmad. He hasn't got a goal or assist since he's come back from AFCON. So we're bringing an Ahmad on who had it in the best form, and we're saying to him, go change the game. You know what I mean?
Exactly. But we started the Sesko that we all said should start. But like you said, he's got the fewest touches of the whole half.
Exactly.
You know, so that's why it's not as easy as like,
just play him.
He deserves to start, start him. Just play him, he'll be fine. No, he needs the ball. He needs service. And the header that Bruno gave him actually was a good ball. Actually, he's a decent save. He should save that, but you know, that was the only time we really got anything cash. Sesko. You know, he's one of those players that will be anonymous if he doesn't have any service or anyone playing for him. If he's going to be in a team that's giving away the ball as much as we did in that first 30 minutes, first 35 minutes, he's got no chance. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, these are all the learning curves. You know, what does it look like when we have a bad spell? Well, we've had a bad spell of performances now. That's a whole game against West Ham. Yeah. That's the majority of the game against Everton. Yeah. And it's pretty much all of this half. Yeah. So it's nearly 3 games worth of, like, the performance isn't right. Yeah. And, you know, the coaching staff, whether it's Carrick and Holland, and I was looking at it from my opposite side. I was a bit disingenuous to Carrick. I was like, Steve Holland needs to work this out. But obviously they all need to work it out. But I was like, there needs to be something tactical that has to change, because I don't know, like, we just got problems playing against their 3 centre-halves with wing-backs. We don't, in the 4-4-2, it's like we're too narrow because you've only got 2 there. And then we don't have any width, because our 2 fullbacks have to go in on their 2 10s. Yeah. And that's the problem.
What's going to be really interesting is that, like, even if we win today, which, you know, touch wood, we still will, and get something out of the game, is that there will be that discussion afterwards of like, all right, Carrick, like, why are we starting really slow? What's going on there? You know, why can't we pass it now? What's happened there? You know what I mean? Of all that stuff.
But it's almost like it starts to unfold, doesn't it? That's why we always say more games, game by game.
Bigger sample size.
Is winging. Yep. Bigger sample size. Like I said, listen, people could be listening to me now saying in your road trip, you said you don't care how, just win. Yeah. And absolutely, like, if we win this game, especially from this, you know, but we can still have the conversations about what it looks like. But right now, we just need to take the opportunity, man. We need to go 6 points clear of Chelsea before they play. We need to get into 3rd position. But, you know, all these things we can worry about afterwards. But that is why those conversations at the right time are valid, because you can see little cracks in it. And it weren't like Crystal Palace sat off and let us have the ball, so we're not good. No, they dominated us.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Fulham came here.
They're more possession.
You know what I mean? Yeah. They were stroking it around. They were really, really comfortable. Kieran pin drop inside here. You know, it's a polar opposite to, of course, City playing a different manner, but polar opposite to that sort of atmosphere. Even Fulham going 2-0 up. Yeah. So I just think they've got it all to do, and this is where you find out about Carrick and his coaching staff. Yeah. We played absolutely shocking for the first 35 minutes. Yeah. Can you get into them mentally and tactically? Yeah. Because
you don't have a ton of options either. You know what I mean?
No, you don't. And the players, and then the responsibility on them. I remember when Darren Fletcher said it just before his first game against Burnley. You know, the responsibility is on them as well. Yes, Carrick's come in and you got to get them going. You got to find solutions, but a lot of those players, near enough all of them, got to give a better account of themselves. Cunha, I didn't see enough from. And Mbumo started to come alive a little bit towards the end. Bruno, again, started to come alive towards the last 10 minutes. Cobby was quite laboured, did okay towards the end of the half. Lenny was nervous. Yeah. Luke Shaw was just Luke Shaw. Then he's injured. There you go. That's the end of that generational run.
I know. I do feel bad for him for that, because, like, it's just at the time he might get back in the England squad. You know
exactly.
I mean?
And now you know what that's going to be for him. You just know. Yeah. Some muscular thing. I don't know what it was. It's far away on the opposite side, but
I think someone stood on his ankle or something. It looked like.
Oh, right. Well, hopefully it's a knock, but. yeah, you know what he's all about. And like I said, like Palace, they got Brennan Johnson's not great, but him, Sars, and Larson, they'll cause you problems if you let them.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Brendan Johnson's loved going up against Dallow, hasn't he? Because Dallow's
yeah,
awesome,
exactly. And it's like we haven't asked them much questions. Lacroix, Richards, and the other guy, I can't remember his name, the left centre back. They've been relatively comfortable until we started making a few runs beyond.
Yeah.
Towards the last 10 minutes of that half. Very concerning. Yeah. Hopefully we see a polar opposite half, but I don't know, the way the last 2.5 games have gone, you don't bet your bottom dollar of like a fast start of right, you fixed it, kind of fucking put it on them. You don't feel that. It might have to be 2 moments. I was thinking about the set piece situation when we got the corner, the Bruno shot. You're like, feels like it might have to be something like that tonight.
Well,
boys.
And also as well, I think we are really seeing the challenge of the fact that we've got rid of all of our wingers, and any wingers who've got left are injured. We've got no width. We've got no 100%. Width. Yeah.
And we have to remember again, when it's like, we're back and all this is why we say we're going to lose games, we're going to draw, we're going to slip up. We're going to keep, 5 out of 6 is a great return. Unbeaten in 10. I don't want to be defeatist because we should be going to win this game, but make sure you don't lose.
And we still can. I think we'll get chances second half. I think we will get chances second half. But it is a cause for concern of this, like, we're starting games so flat.
And we start second half quite bad as well.
And we look tired.
We were out earlier.
We look tired.
Yeah, and we're getting big rest between games. We're simply tired.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, it's concerning, man. I'm looking at them now. They're out early. They're all talking to each other. I just need more. I just need more from all of them. More.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's not like Palace have been fucking amazing, but they've been good and organised. And we've just been really slow and laboured. And, they got their goal from a set piece. Other than that, I think they had one. He made a save, didn't he, Lemons?
Yeah.
Made one save. Other than that, I don't think they've actually had a lot. It's just been more in terms of they've had control over most of the game.
Yeah.
That's what it is, rather than actually making chances and us backs against the wall. Someone, was it Mazraoui with a good defensive header at the back post just there before the end of the half? But other than that, like, I don't really see, they haven't done much, Palace, apart, but they've controlled the game and we haven't been able to get at them. And they won it up. So, you know what I mean? So, let's see what we can do. Palace taking an age to get out here, by the way.
Yeah.
Dean Henderson's out, but players aren't out.
Well, we'll see indeed what we can do.
Man.
I mean,
maybe getting nervous here.
Yeah, maybe Ahmad gets on second half. Xerxes.
Yeah, we need to just move the ball quicker, and there needs to be a lot more movement ahead of the guy who's got the ball. Yeah, that's the problem.
And maybe if you get Ahmad on, you do get a bit more width. A bit more.
He does play like that. Yeah, exactly. And it'll probably be Sesko coming off for him. To be fair.
Maybe.
Or it might be Cunha, to be fair.
Yeah, maybe.
He hasn't played well, so yes, right. Palace players are out. Please, guys.
Yes.
Lock in, guys. Get the positive supports in the chat.
Yeah.
Keep the positivity. Bad half. Last 10 minutes are okay. Let's fingers crossed that we don't fucking concede straight away from half time.
God, yeah.
And the game's done, because I can't see us coming back then.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
Right,
yes.
Positive thoughts, Fleck. Positive thoughts.
Yes.
All right. Nice one. Speak to you in a bit. Yes, Flex will be giving his view after the game, his player ratings, etc. Yes. Let me make sure I got back to the right screen. The players are back out on the pitch. As I've got a puppy and Asher who's decided she wants to watch the game with us. So you're watching with us, Asher. Are you in the second half? Is that what we're doing here? I've got my timer ready. There you go, with the watch quality and the thingy. You can't press the button, Asher. That would be awful. And we're off. Second half is underway. Come on, United. Something, please. Please. I'm begging. Asher, we're going to get back into this one. Whenever I put you up on the screen, you just stare. We're going to win. We're going to get so back into it. You're famous, Asher. You're famous. Don't eat the microphone. All right. Need to start faster, show a bit more intensity, show something, Manchester United. Please do something. That's Man United throw. Although your recent predictions, Asher, haven't been great, have they? I mean, what did you say against West Ham? Was it 3-1 or 3-0, you said? Wasn't totally right. Sheshko. That's better, Bruno. Good touch. Tries a back heel straight out for a throw. There's a banner in the Stretford end that says MUFC proudly colonized by immigrants. That's my club. Sheshko. Oh. There you go. That's a bit better. A bit better. Something. Better something. Now, what are they having a look at? If that was a potential penalty, I don't think it was. And Boomer's going to take the corner. Make sure I've got everything set up. There you go. Rowan and Boomer. Set piece kings. Remember, set piece kings. Ball in. Back post. Oh, I thought Casemiro had that. Header! Oh, Casemiro heads it wide. He's down holding his head. I think that one might have hurt a little bit. Go it down. Good go. Yeah, he's collides with Sheshko, Casemiro. They can be a bit nasty. Yeah, he got the ball. I don't know why they keep looking at that, the Adam Wharton tackle. Definitely not a penalty. If you haven't already, click the like button, folks. There's a yellow card to Henderson for time wasting, I think, there. Thank you, the big dog lover. She is very cute. I was saying this yesterday on my stream. We'd had, animals growing up, but this was the first time that I'd actually, a dog that was actually my own. And how quickly you get attached is ridiculous. Look at that. Goals under Carrick. 15th in the Premier League we have been in the first half. Second half, we've been second. So we've been usually better in the second. Hopefully that's the case here. Cobby, ball in. Sheshko, did get the header, but it's an easy one for Dean Henderson to grab. But at least we're trying to do stuff a little bit quicker, which is what we need to be doing. A bit quicker, a bit more direct. Stop just passing it side to side and waiting for something to happen. Attack the game, attack the players. Play the ball forward. Be careful, Maguire's been dragged out of defence there. Brian Mbeumo's going to have to get back and support Dallo. Ball in the box. They're having a look at another handball, they said. I mean, his hands up in the air like that. I mean, this is what is baffling with the VAR and the Premier League. Because, go on, Sheshko. You're going to pass it, you might have to pass. Because, I've seen them given. You know what I mean? I've seen those ones' hands like that. I've seen them given. Azraoui. Cunha, reverse pass. Ball across the goal. Headed out for a corner. That's better. That's better. Something. Just keep the pressure on. Keep the pressure on. Keep going. Keep the pressure on. the longer you keep the ball in and around their box, the longer they just feel uncomfortable and spaces will open up. Ball in. Oh, he put it on Henderson, but Henderson managed to kind of get it away, and they clear it in the end. But now that's a good one. I want a pen. That's got to be a pen. That has to be a penalty. That has to be a penalty. Given. Penalty. Yeah, it is a pen. It was a clear pen. It was a clear pen. Clear penalty. And I tell you what, that is a brilliant pass by Bruno Fernandes. Penalty to Manchester United. Come on. We needed it. The question is he the last man? Because I think it's denial of a goal scoring opportunity, you know, because he's in. Cunha's in. And he pulls him down. He knows what he's doing. Is it going to be a red? I think it might be a red card. It's denial of a goal scoring opportunity. I know the whole double jeopardy stuff, but he's got to do something. It's got to be a card. It's got to be a card. Will they end up giving it? Because it does start outside the box. Why is Flex calling me? Yes, mate.
What does it look like on TV?
It's close. It's close.
Well, as in whether it's in or out, or whether it's a foul or not?
About whether it's in the box or not. Our penalty is awarded. Penalty is awarded, I think.
It is.
I think it is going to be awarded.
Oh, well, actually, I'm ahead of you, and I still can't see anything, but...
Yeah.
Hold on. Oh, I'm looking at it. Is it? Yeah, I can see someone just got a replay. Someone's just showing me a replay on their phone.
Yeah.
It looks, he does start, it's on the line, then he falls into the box.
I think they're checking it. I think they're checking.
No, they're still checking it. Yeah, they're still checking it.
They're seeing if it's a red card. Because I think it's a red. I think he's just pulled him down.
It'll be a red. If they give it, it's got to be a red.
It's got a red.
Because he's clean through.
Because
I'm ahead of you, so if you don't know in the comms yet, I'll just send him to the screen.
What, to overturn the fucker? Oh,
for fuck's sake! That means they're going to send him and say they don't normally change, do they? I mean, they don't normally stick with their decision. Oh, they send.
Oh no, they're sending him for the red. They're sending him to the thing for the red. They're sending him for the red.
Good.
Yeah, they're sending him for the red.
Okay.
They're sending him for the red.
And the Palace fans just went,
yeah, I think they're sending him for the red. Yeah.
Yeah, because he's clean through. He's clean through 1v1.
Yeah.
It's got to be a red.
It has to be a red card. So they said
it's a foul, but they're sending him for the red.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what it looks like.
Fucking hell. That's the thing with this VAR. You don't fucking know what's going on in it.
Yeah, it seems like the referee's waiting for VAR for guidance, but isn't it meant to be the other way around? And
exactly. It's a definite foul, and it's a pen. Hold on. He's going to talk now. Hold on. Yes. Why is it red? Penalty, red card! Come on! There we go.
Red card. There you go. Lovely stuff.
Okay.
Right.
Bruno Fernandes with a great ball in behind. He made that chance. Bruno, we need you to take this now.
Yeah.
I'll leave you to it, Owen.
Yep. Oh, come on. That was tense, wasn't it? Fucking hell. that was tension. Right. Sometimes, look, it's whether you deserve it or you don't deserve it. I don't care. Man United, in this second half, they've started off with some intensity. They forced the issue. It's a penalty. It's a red card. And now Bruno step up, equalise, and then go win this fucking game, Man United. Come on. Come on. Come on. Penalty and a red. Right. Bruno, please. Please, 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 please. Please. Deep breath. Bruno Fernandes. We've been rubbish today. We've been much better second half. Bruno Fernandes. Yes! Come on! It's 1-1. Manchester United have equalised. And now Manchester United, not only have they equalised, but they're in pole position. Now we're in pole position. We're level. We're against 10 men. Get the ball, take it back to the centre spot, and let's go and win this football match. Let's go get 3 points. Let's go up to third. Come on, United. Come on. Come on. Come on, United. I mean, could say a red is a bit harsh, but to be honest, he knows what he's doing, and it is denial of a goal-scoring opportunity. I don't think Palace have a lot to complain about. When you put yourself in that situation, that's the problem. If you're going to pull on a player's shirt when they're sort of through on goal, you're running the risk. So for me, it's a red card. For me, it's a red card, I think. And if you give the pen, you're saying it's a foul, so it has to be a red. You've got no choice. Denial of a goal-scoring opportunity. It's a red card. It's a penalty. Spare me, actually, it's harsh bullshit. It's not harsh. Because if it's a pen, it's a red. And you make your own luck, importantly, as well. You make your own luck. That's what you get of playing the ball forward, playing a bit more attacking. Yeah, I agree, Richie. If it's a pen, which it is, then it's a red. So it's a red card. And maybe there's not a huge amount of like contact, but he knows what he's doing. It's a foul. It's a foul. There's not going to be one where it's like, VAR got that one wrong. They all got that one right. If you give the pen, you have to give the red. Those be the rules. Right, now go and just get a goal quick. Bruno Fernandes. Now, what I just don't want to see United do now is, because we've seen the sort of casualness of this team, this match ain't won. You know what I mean? You've got to go and win it. You've got to go and win it. So let's not be passive now. Let's not be, we're against 10 men, so the space will open up for us. We don't have to do that much. No, go and take the game by the scruff of the neck and go win it. That's it, Cunha. Go past players. Ball into the box. Sheshko. And that's the thing as well, isn't it? This is what we're sort of saying. Even if you're not playing well, you know, you stay in the game, you make your own luck, you show a bit of intensity, a bit of drive, and you can get a bit of a break. I mean, I say a bit of a break. For me, it's a pen. It's a pen, and I think by proxy of giving the pen, you say it's a foul. And if the person that's done the foul is the last man, then those be the rules. You know, that's how it goes. All right, now come on, United. Don't use the 10 men as a reason to back off. I've got to get to I had some super chats because when Flex was on the phone, he had to mute them. Where are we at? Did I read that one? Biggie Third said we got progressively worse game by game. Stretford Signal says, week back, I had said don't give the players day off and don't ignore intense training. But it's all vibes. Perfect recipe for disaster. It's been coming, but we're back in it. And Blue Dabba Dabba says, unpopular opinion, Euro played worse than Dallo. Jahan says, very, very disappointing. We were outplayed at every moment. All the best with the lemons. I appreciate that. And Danny DeFito says, his performance has been as flat as Danhausen's WWE debut. But maybe like Danhausen, it's all going to work out in the end, Danny DeFito, right? That's why it's going to all work out. That's why you need text-to-speech, by the way, because if you in a game, one super chat can then look foolish like 5 minutes later, can't it? It's Casemiro. I tell you what, if I was Carrick now and you want to really go for the game, kill it off, do something where you go like, fuck it, put Ahmad on instead of Dallo. You know what I mean? Use your extra man advantage. Plus Dallo's on a booking, isn't he? Fernandez. Oh, he was looking for Šeško. This one does have a Benjamin Šeško winner written. Oh, ref. Have a day off. That's not a foul. How is that a foul? It's not a foul. Ref. Come on. Eesh. Eesh. Patak says, I just said that, Owen, you stole my chat. Did I? So you did. Great minds think alike, Patak. Yes. Hopefully, Carrick thinks the same. I mean, he's got his substitutions right so far, hasn't he? So I hope he can do the same again. Whatever he said to at half-time worked. We certainly had a bit more intense, but still, come on, you got United. I mean, let's watch them waltz through there for a second. Wow, held by Lomans. Shoot. Oh. Just wide. Better, though. Better. Just didn't get enough curl on it in the end. I mean, if you want to be technical, I think this might be a corner, actually. Came off the defender, did it not? Came off the hair. Is there seriously debate about whether that was a foul by Maguire? He ran into him. She just ran into Harry Maguire and they went, oh, it's a foul. It was never a foul. Oh, just about made it. Well done, Mazraoui. Cunha. Keep going. Better. See, this is better. Stretching the game a little bit more. Play forward. Cunha. Just didn't bounce in the right way. Header! Šeško! I said I had a Šeško winner written all over it. Hopefully that is the winner. Benjamin Šeško makes it 2-1 to Manchester United. And just like that, it's been turned around. Šeško once again. 2-1 to Manchester United. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. And this is what happens when you put a ball into the box. Service your striker. Play to him. Create chances for him. That's why that whole, fewest touches on the pitch stuff is bollocks. Because look at that brilliant cross, brilliant header. Look at this. This is a top header. Look at this. Great cross by Bruno, but he's still got a lot to do, Benjamin Šeško. That is a brilliant header. Beats his man, heads it back of the net. 2-1 to Manchester United. Yeah, that's a really good header. Really good header. And I tell you what, Bruno Fernandes, he's a fucking animal, isn't he? He is. Who does the pass that wins the penalty? It's Bruno. Who scores the penalty? It's Bruno. Who does the cross into the box for Benjamin Šeško? It's Bruno. He's just outrageous, isn't he? You know what I mean? For all of this, like Bruno, what does he contribute net negative? He's always involved, isn't he? Always involved. He's going for that assist record. He really, truly is. causes, the penalty, the pass to Cunha, scores it, gets an assist for Šeško. It's what he does. It's what he does. And he still gets shit. He still gets shit. You know what I mean? Still gets shit. Incredible. It's a brilliant header by Šeško as well. He's got so much to do. Here we go. Let's go get a third. Shoots. Ooh. And as I've said a million times when it comes to Bruno Fernandes, when eventually one day he is gone, one day when he is gone, we will realize what we had. We won't know what we had until we don't have it anymore, Bruno Fernandes. I'm telling you. So 2-1 to Manchester United. Penalty by Bruno Fernandes. And a header by Benjamin Šeško. Danny DeFito says, Šeško needs to adopt Ryback's gimmick, feed me more. That's the thing, isn't it? Like we said it in the half time, said it in the first half. That whole he's had fewest touches thing, it's nonsense because it's not a reflection on Šeško, it's a reflection on the team's build-up. We weren't creating chances, we weren't being intense enough, we weren't playing the ball forward enough, and we weren't getting the ball into positions where Šeško could score goals.
At Louise App Davis 9,475 super chatted £5. Bruno's an absolute lunatic. We need someone with that mentality. When he's gone, we need someone who matches that energy.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. I really don't, because Bruno, he's always involved. And that's the only problem with how involved Bruno Fernandes is that if he does have a bad game, we go to shit because he's controlling everything for us. And to be honest, this performance from him is peak Bruno because, like a lot of people, stinks it out. You know what I mean? Stinks it out, but still then involved in everything. Invisible Cloud says, I just don't see it that way, Owen. It's a simple pass into Cunha, and he rolls the defender, causing the foul, red and pen. The cross to Šeško was basic. Oh, come on, man. Well, that sounds like me with the Loman stuff, doesn't it? There's always trying to discredit it. Well, it's just a cross and it's just a pass. Why doesn't everyone else do it then? Why does no one else do it? Why does no one else have the balls to try a fizz pass in? Why does no one else have the balls to get the cross and get it right to the player? You got to give him credit. You have to. Yeah, if it was easy, everyone would do it. But they don't. But Bruno does. There's a reason Bruno Fernandes, to be honest, again, he's leading the charts with assists at the moment. If he breaks the record, what do we say then? Yeah, but some of those assists are just passes. They all count. They all count. You know what I mean? We can't put down. I've learned my lesson with that with Lomans. You can't put down based on if we think that's their job or it's simple, right? Someone's got to do it, and Bruno does. There you go. Bruno Fernandes is the first Manchester United player, I guess, to provide 13 assists in a Premier League season since Antonio Valencia in 2011-2012. Only David Beckham and Nani have provided more in a single Premier League campaign for the Red Devils. So he might get more assists this season than any United player's ever done in the Prem. But, it's just a simple pass. Why does nobody else do it then? You know what I mean? We can't. It's like, a David Beckham free kick. Yeah, but, it's just a cross, isn't it? Yeah, but it's just a pass. Still has to do it. Still has to deliver. Looks like Strand Larsen might be injured. But we still know this Manchester United. I would still say, even against a 10-man Crystal Palace, we need a third. I don't trust us. I don't trust this. I don't trust this team that much. Here's Dallo. Cobby. 6 goals in the last 7 games. for Benjamin Šeško. 4 goals in 4. Superb. And that was a good goal by Šeško as well. Obviously, you talk about the Bruno cross, but Šeško has a lot to do there. It's a fantastic header. And that's what happens. You get the ball in the box for that 6'5" player. Wouldn't you know it? Scores goals. But what is really going to be interesting now is sort of the discussion and debate after the game, isn't it? So second half, obviously, we've been much better than we were in first half. Much more intense, much more direct, trying to play the ball forward. And we were kind of doing that towards the end of the first half. But what we do have to cut out is the way we're starting some of the games. The last 3 games, the way we've started them, we've got to be starting quicker and fresher. But this is much better. Cunha into the box. I tell you what, he went down. That one won't be a pen. Kobe. Casemiro. Back post. Ooh. Exactly. King of the end. It's just a header. You know what I mean? I won't give it too much praise because actually the ball just comes off his head and goes in. I mean, when does it stop? I tell you what, wasn't a bad ball across goal from Kobe in the end there. He did. I tell you what, he did put a knee in the back of his leg. He did put a knee. Look at this. Look at the knee. There is contact. But not given. All right, let's get a third from this corner. Brian and Bumo. What a ball. Oh. Bruno Fernandes, you absolute... Oh! How's Casemiro missed? I thought it was going in. That pass by Bruno Fernandes. Holy cow. It's only a pass, though. It's just a pass. The ball just came off his foot, really. Honestly, Casemiro, he's got to bury that. He's got to bury that. Bury that. He's got to bury it, but he's got to bury that. That should be 3-1. And there is Benjamin Šeško coming off for Ahmad. Well done, Benjamin Šeško. He got his goal. Great cross by Bruno. Brilliant header. Top stuff. Won't give him too much credit because, came off his head. Wasn't too impressive. It was only just ball came off his head. Bruno just did a cross. So, I'm sorry. Who was it? I'm sorry, Invisible Clouds, because that's going to be a thing now. I apologize, but it will be a thing in the chat for a bit. So you're just going to have to take it. Where every time Bruno gets an assist now, it's going to be, well, it was only a pass. You know what I mean? Just kick the ball. 15 minutes to go. Man United 2-1 up. Palace down to 10 men. We need a third, though. Don't trust the team. Don't trust them just yet. Let's get a third and wrap this up. Much better second half performance. I mean, I would give Šeško credit, but, he just sort of jumped off the ground, you know what I mean? Which is what you meant to do. So I won't praise it too much. Can't, you know what I mean? And he's tall. He's 6'5", so actually he's already got an advantage, really. So, look at that. Second longest current unbeaten run in Europe's major European leagues. Inter Milan, 15 games unbeaten. Look at Bournemouth in it with 8 games unbeaten. But we know this team And we know that Man United don't make things comfortable. Cuts it back. Oh, cleared by Yoro. This is the danger. This is the danger. This is why you need a third. Remember, if Manchester United get the 3 points, we're up to third in the Premiership. But as we know, even if you're against 10 men, if there's only one goal in it, last 5 minutes, it's, it will be nervy. Here's Ismail Assar. Cobby. Bruno, don't try it there. But I can't get angry at you. Be careful. He's just run through the middle of the pitch. Well done, Ahmad. Good defensive work. See, this is when you can be a bit more, take your time with the passing. I mean, I don't want the game to drift too much because, like I said, go and get a third and kill the game off. But you can do this when you're leading, not when, it's 0-0 at the beginning of the game. You can't be that passive. Lyle says that I don't like this extra man and we're open. I think, unfortunately, Lyle, I think that's just, it's going to come with the territory with the midfield that we've got. You know what I mean? With Cobby and Cass, there are always going to be gaps there. You can make them smaller, but the deficiencies are still there. That's why we're going for 2 extra midfielders. You know what I mean? That's why we're going for 2 extra midfielders in the summer, because there's only so much space we can kind of cover up in that midfield partnership of Cobby and Cass. Because they're always going to be vulnerable in the transition, both of them. Is Lenny Yoro. Bruno Fernandes. If you haven't already, click the like button, folks. Be sure to subscribe. A reminder, post-match, we'll be hearing from Fleck outside Old Trafford and the regulars. Ball over the top. There you go. Bruno. What a cutback. Ahmad. Oh. It's a good touch by Bruno, that as well. All right, 10 minutes to go. Still need to kill the game off. Kill the game off, get the 3 points and get that third spot. Just got to make sure we don't make any sloppy mistakes as well. Just got to be wary about drifting. We do have the potential just to drift through this one. Maguire's. Good switch. Go on, go forward. Drive. Is Casemiro still on the pitch as well? Carrick's not making that mistake again. Remember if you take Cass off, you lose control of the game. Cass is playing the 90, any or very close to, because they want to make sure, if it goes 3-1, then Cass will come off. But otherwise, they're making sure he keeps control. Speaking of Cass, nearly. Yeah, nutmeg. Bruno Fernandes there. My worry is that just Palace will probably get one opportunity where you go, oof, that was close. Which is why we just need that third, kill it off. There you go. Ahmad, a bit of a flick. Got space, Cunha. Is he going to shoot? Cunha, nah, he tried the Arsenal. He tried the Arsenal one where he was about sort of 25 yards out, kind of side foot it, sort of whip it. I tell you what, though, it's second half, and obviously I know Bruno's got those assists and he scored, but he's feeling it now. You can tell he's trying all kinds of stuff, and it's paying off. He is, for someone that is as consistent as he is, it is remarkable how he's still a bit of a confidence player. Like when he's playing shit and he's in it, he can be really shit, and he can start trying stuff that doesn't, pay off. But when he's on, and he's just putting passes together, flicks over the top. He's brilliant. Got to be careful here, though. One more pass. Cuts it back. Oh, cleared. See, those kind of moments is why we need, why we need that third. Come on, get out to him. There's no one around Will Hughes. They're just waiting. Yeah, that should serve as a little bit of a wake-up call, a little bit of a reminder. Big Ether, did I read this one out? I don't think I did. Says, Dallo runs like a world-class player, but he's not. I can confirm Dallo is not a world-class player, though. He is not. Who was I talking about? Oh, sorry, Bruno Fernandes I was talking about. Bruno Fernandes. Here's Joshua Zirkzee. Is about to... get onto the pitch, as is Aiden Heaven. So Xerxes about to come on for, I wonder who? Maybe Mbumo? Does he switch shape a little bit, Carrick? Get an extra person behind the ball, maybe? Does he just go like for like and take off a Maguire or Euro? Would you leave, would you have a centre-back pairing of Euro and Heaven for your last 7 odd minutes? Oh, get out to him. Get out to him. Get out to him. Oh, taking the shot over the bar. Just a little bit weary of the last couple of minutes, just because we have suddenly just got a bit passive again and a bit lethargic. Like I said at halftime to Flex, this team does sometimes play with a level of arrogance that maybe they haven't earned just yet, where they kind of just drift through games. And you're not that bulletproof to do that just yet, this team. You need to earn it. So it is Maguire off. I mean, he has had injuries recently, Maguire. He's done well, though, today, Maguire. He's done well recently. I said, if you can find out a contract that makes sense, then I'm not opposed to it. I'm still of the mindset, just move on. I think he's got like a knock because Maguire is talking to him. Dave says, weary, are you tired? Wary, sorry. I am a bit tired. We're running on fumes here, Dave. Well, we're running on technically like 6 hours sleep, but it's like really 3. I went to sleep for the second time at 5:30. But there's nothing like watching my team win to wake me back up. Oh, Dallo, get up, slipping over. For fuck's sake. Zux, he did really well there as well. Managed to hold it up, lay off, and Dallo slips over twice on the floor. All right, 4 minutes to go plus stoppage time. 2-1 to Manchester United at Old Trafford. There you go. Deal with that. It's fine, Lenny. Hot Peppers says, how much extra time Well, get your predictions in the chat for that one. How much time do you think will be added on? What have the stoppages been in the second half? Well, there was obviously the stoppage for the penalty and the red card. I reckon five or six, maybe. Probably in and around that. Has there been any major injuries? I forget. I don't know anymore with stoppage time, to be honest with you, because some games, it doesn't look like there's been many stoppages, and they'll go, there's been 8 minutes added on. You go, 8 minutes? Well done, Ahmad. Casimirs. Oh. Yeah, just see that one out. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. All that matters is the win, folks, at the moment. All that matters is the win. Yeah, last 10 minutes, you can see Palace have just had more possession. So, which I don't like. Even, last 10 minutes, I understand you want to be a bit more cautious, but they have got 10 men. You don't want to leave yourself open, but just be smart here. Like I said again, you notice Casemiro's still on the pitch. They're making sure they keep control. Or he's not putting Ugarte on into this shit with Cass off the pitch. Well done, Lommans. And also, where the fuck's Gary Neville now with the Benjamin Šeško stuff? Through gritted teeth, he might say that we played well. When we played okay. We weren't amazing. Better second half. There you go. Travel. Options. Pick the right one. With the best ball to Xerxes. You've got to keep it alive, mate. Mainu to Bruno. He's looking for that option. Cass. Ahmad. Casemiro flew into that tackle. Oh, shit. Space, got to be careful with this. Got to be careful. I'm not totally annoyed with the foul. It might be the right decision, that by Aiden Heaven. It was Tim Sherwood. Tim Sherwood started chatting shit for some reason, didn't he? How are Spurs doing today? All right, free kick. We're into the final minute here. So will I get some confirmation on stoppage time yet? Have we got that? I don't like this. Sit out. There you go. Well done. Well done. Good communication. But with this result as is, we got up to third in the Premier League, in the Premiership. What's it going to be? 8, you motherfucker. Oh, 8 minutes. Who called it in the chat? 8 minutes. Man. 8 minutes. Right, we got to lock in, folks. See, this is why if we'd have got that third, we wouldn't have cared. Got 8 minutes. We'll get another one. You know what I mean? We'll get another one in that time. Oh, Bruno Fernandes, what a turn. What a player. What a man. Ahmad. Cobby. Dallo. Cobby again. Casemiro won that header. Keeps it alive, Bruno. It's not a foul. Well done. Oh, get up. Just getting a bit scrappy. There you go. Mazraoui. Bruno Fernandes. Oh. Now you got to be careful. Get back. There you go, Cobby. Man on. Win a foul if you can. Well done. Eight minutes. Was the VAR stoppage really that long? Was it really that long? Because it was I mean, I say it was cut and dry, but it wasn't super long, was it? 8 minutes? Feels a bit extra. Bruno. See, and that's where you understand some of the Bruno frustration, don't you? Because gives the ball away there. That could have gone very badly. Good pass, Lenny Yoro. Cobby, Ahmad. Give it to Bruno. Give it to Bruno. Give it to Bruno. Ahmad. Oh, what a save by Dean Henderson. Good save. I'll tell you what, that is a really good save by Dean Henderson. I tell you now, look at this. That's a top save. He's stretching, just about gets enough on it to tip it wide. Good save by the former United goalkeeper. All right, corner ball. But United are going to put it in the box. Hey, Bruno. What? Why? What are we doing? Exactly, Lyle. It's just a save, Owen. Yeah, well, I wouldn't go too extra. He put the ball past the post using his hands, which is kind of what you're meant to do. You know what I mean? So let's not go too much. Let's not go too crazy. He did what goalkeepers are allowed to do by the laws of the game. Keep it going. Keep it going. Well done, Cobby. Well done. Kept it in as well. Ahmad, you can beat him. You can beat him. I know you can. I know you can. I know you can. I know you could. I know you could. Cut it back. Xerxes. Oh, blocked. Oh. TV's trying to shut off. Don't cost us. You can go home. You can go home. It's all right. There you go. Exactly, King of the Indies. He literally used the fingers that grew. You know what I mean? That he was born with. Yeah? Is he onside? He might be off. I think he was offside. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. And to be fair, actually, with the Henderson one, I suppose we shouldn't actually credit it too much because he used his fingertips and he's got loads of them. He got 10. He's got 10 fingers or 8 fingers and 2 thumbs. It's a bit of easy. It's easy being a goalkeeper. Easy. Or as my nan said to me growing up, Owen, you're not a real footballer though, really. I was like, thanks, Nan. That's a true story as well. And she didn't mean that in terms of you're not a professional. She meant like as a goalkeeper, you're not the same. I was just a child. Oh. Go on, Cass. Oh, well done, Casemiro. Good pass. Oh, well done, Xerxes. Look at him. Look at the pace. Okay, go on. Go make it 3. Make a statement. Bruno Fernandes. Ahmad. Xerxes blocked. Oh, I tell you what, Xerxes' touch is really good, isn't it? It is. Cobby. Oh, that's wide. When Xerxes, like, touch is sticking, like, the ball sticks to his feet like Velcro, doesn't it? It does. Does he touch? Ball. Dead. Right, what's this? 90 seconds left. Plus probably 10 more minutes of stoppage time because, why not, this ref? Oh, be careful, Lenny. Don't get dragged in. Don't get dragged in. And Lomans will deal with that. Good goalkeeping. Come on! Exactly. I will. Croydon Martial Arts. Hey, I like that one. It says Owen keep Calm Man United on fire. Well, this is the thing. They haven't been today. You know what I mean? It's not been the best performance. It's not been the worst because second half was much better, wasn't it? Second half was much, much better. Wasn't perfect. Obviously, you do get a bit of fortune in that you're playing against 10 men, but it was a red card. It was a penalty, and Palace, they made their own luck on that one, really. So they can't complain too much. And also, we took advantage of it. We criticised this same United team for not taking advantage of 10 men against Everton. We did it this time. That's a foul, referee, you bastard. Thank you. So, yeah, we're I think also as well, overall, we deserve to win the game today. If you're going to weigh up the halves against each other, we did deserve to win this one. And if we have... Oh, he slipped. How long, ref? How long, ref? Clear it, Cobby. Yes! Another 3 points for Manchester United. Another 3 points for Michael Carrick. Manchester United... Don't pinch yourself, fans, yeah? Well, actually, do pinch yourself. It's real. We're up to third. We're up to third. Benjamin Šeško scores again. Manchester United continue to rise up the table. And now we're up to third. It wasn't pretty at points, It wasn't a perfect performance by any stretch. First half was really, really poor. But that's the important thing, isn't it? Flex mentioned it before kickoff. It's just about the win. We can dwell on the performance. We will dwell on the performance, right? This is what we do as fans. But as I always say, this is a results-based business. This is what we weren't doing previously. A lot of the time we were trying to lean on performances. We were trying to lean on XG for saying, or woulda, shoulda, coulda. Remember, if we'd have scored this, if we'd have done that, could we have done this? Why didn't we do that? What we are doing at the moment is we're actually doing it. Yeah, we are the scoring goals. We are taking advantage of when people slip up. We are taking advantage if they go down to 10 men, right? Sometimes it might not be pretty, right? Sometimes it might not be pretty like today, but we're getting it done. That's the important thing. Getting it done. And actually, even in this stretch of sort of 3 games where it hasn't been good, what have we been doing? We've been making sure they haven't been losing. Against West Ham, late goal, last kick of the game. Make sure we get a point. Everton, second half, substitution. Go get the winner, Šeško. Here today, we get a penalty. We force a penalty. We force a red card by good play as well. Make no mistake, it's not like that came out of nowhere and that was just luck. We just got lucky with that penalty. No, we forced it. We played well second half. Bruno does the pass. Cunha makes the run. It's a foul. We force it. You make your own luck. And that's what we did. We made our own luck. And then we take advantage of it by scoring a fantastic goal from Šeško. So, look, it wasn't pretty. It wasn't great. But also, this is the other part of it too. I wouldn't go too extra of how bad it was too. You know what I mean? I wouldn't go too extra with that, right? Like Greg says here, awful performance, big loss incoming if this continues against Newcastle. No, man, like second half, we were much better. We were in control. And have you seen Newcastle recently? Then it's not as if they're playing fantastic either. We did what we needed to do to get the win, and that's what Man United's about. I mentioned this against after the Everton game. I grew up on Sir Alex Ferguson, Manchester United. And obviously we look back at the time and say how great it was then, but there were a lot of games where we weren't good under Sir Alex, but you win because that's what good teams do. Even if you're not up for it that day, even if for whatever reason your performance is subpar, you still win. You find a way. Whether that's, it's VAR, it's Manchester United, it's red card. It doesn't matter. They all count the same. You leave with 3 points. If you blitz them 5-0 and you dominate and you're incredible, you still get 3 points. If you're poor, but you win the game, you still get 3 points. And that's the important thing. Getting 3 points. Not every performance is going to be great. But like Nessie says there in the chat, folks, I mean, I get it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, maybe some of the performances last couple of games haven't been great, but we are like, let's just put this out there again. In Europe, in the top 5 European leagues, there's only one team on a longer unbeaten run than us, which is Inter Milan. They're 15 games unbeaten. We're like 10 now, 11, right? 11 games unbeaten. We haven't lost a match in 2026, right? We are up to 3rd place in the Premier League right now. How many points were we behind Villa when Michael Carrick came in? Like, there's we found a lot to complain about over the last 2 years, right? But I'm telling you now, winning is one thing I will not complain about. Never in a million fucking years will I complain about winning football matches, right? Getting the win. And second half was better. You know,
at
second half
base 1,730 super chatted €5. Double over Palace and on to 3rd place. Sesko, I never lost hope with him. The guy is literally and figuratively massive. Yoro, keep your head up.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Šeško. I mean, I think, once again, credit to Carrick and credit to Darren Fletcher, that, you know, that the way that they have handled Šeško so far, it's working. Clearly, it's working, you know. Fletcher was good with him, and Carrick, using him as a sub, using him when he's starting, he's scoring regardless. He's managing him well. So, yeah, like I said, we deserve to win that game too. I think a lot will be made about the first half, but we were the better team in that game. We were the better team. Make no mistake. I don't think we should not dwell too much on that, because if you're going to weigh it up, so 45 minutes we weren't great, but wow, actually, and even that. The last 10 minutes in the first half, we were better as well, actually. Last 10 minutes in the first half, we were better. We started to up it a little bit. So really, what? Are we going to dwell on 35 minutes of a poor performance and not focus on the, 55 minutes of actually longer than that, probably like 60 minutes of a really positive performance? I'd rather focus on the positive.
Davis 9,475 super chatted £5. We were 11 points behind Villa before Carrick took the wheel. He's done wonders for us in both stints.
You know, there you go. An 11-point swing he's managed to overcome. And is it sustainable? Well, that's happened over the course of, 3 months? That's not bad, is it? It's not bad. It's not bad. That's not new manager bounce. That's winning football matches. Because guess what? Man United, that's what it's about. Yeah, obviously, we want to be entertained. Yeah, we want to watch scintillating football, and we will sometimes. But, you know, we don't have the divine right to be like, every game you've got to blow us out the water and be amazing. It's not going to happen. It's not. Again, not with this team. We can't on one hand be like, these players are shit, they're criminals. And also, why don't you play great every single week? Well, they're either shit or they're not, okay? Right? Clearly, we've got good players. Clearly, though, we've got inconsistent players as well. A win is a win, right? A win is a win. And, you know, I like I've said before, I find it ironic, actually, that people that were not focused that much on results and that suddenly, or performances, now suddenly trying to focus on that. It's very weird how that you know, how that is all working out, isn't it? Very, very strange. But also on top of that, it's resilience too. We said after we went 1-0 down, all right, how are you going to overcome this? We did. And the other part of it as well is spare me it's the red card. Red card changed the game. Well, yeah. What are we supposed to do? Palace got a red card that game. All right. We're not going to take advantage of that. We're not going to score a goal. Why? Wow, it's kind of unfair, isn't it? No, it's fucking football, man. That's how it works. We were the first to criticize this Man United team for not taking advantage of a red card against Everton. So we now can't complain that we took an advantage of a red card against Palace. Make it make sense, folks. Red card saved us. But we criticised that the red card didn't save us against Everton. But when it does, when we do take advantage of it, even though, by the way, we created that red card, it's not like against Everton where the players started slapping each other. Bruno pass, penalty from Mateus Cunha. We made that happen. We literally made that happen. And what? Oh, wow, it was a red card. It kind of changed things for us. Yeah, yes. Yes. It's a win. It's a win. We won again. This is good. This is good. You know, and that's the important thing. So someone said it in the chat there. It was Croydon again. Build a winning mentality. You win when you play well. You win when you don't play well. You win when you go behind. You win when you lead from the front. It's how it works. I really should not be looking for things to be negative about when there's so much to be positive about, right? In terms of winning. We've spent the last 2 years saying, can we win games? Can we win games? Can we win games? Now we're winning games. That's not good enough. Come on. And it's not to bury our heads in the sand and be like, oh, so Man United played really well. No, we didn't, but it's about winning. You know what I mean? It's always about winning. JDK says, is there going to be a calling show? I might save that for Wednesday, JDK. I'm running on fumes at the moment. Eminem's been a member for 21 months, says, clear tactical issues, but a lot seem down to squad build. We clearly missed Whip with Dorgu. Carrick still doing his best with the squad. Sheshko top. That's also something to point out as well. The options are limited. You know, we really miss Leacher, obviously. De Ligt's out as well. We really miss Dorgu. We've still got, as Eminem mentions there, we've still got squad issues. Like, we don't really have a lot to bring on the bench.
At Zuta Magruder super chatted $5. I'm just glad we won. We're winning, and more importantly, the yummy looking flex is smiling. Not in a sus way. Hope you're happy too, boss man Owen.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Zuta. Yeah, I appreciate that. You know what I mean? I appreciate that. Yeah, and as you mentioned there, David is actually as well. Shaw's out as well. So, like, I think with what he's got at his disposal, Carrick, you know, he's getting it done. You know, lesser managers and what have you could use these injuries as an excuse of, wow, look, we haven't got Leacher, we haven't got our starting centre back partnership. Really, if everyone's saying next season's going to be De Ligt and Leacher, we've got our two best centre backs missing, and one of our most progressive players in Leacher. We've got our left back now probably out. We play with Dallo. So yeah, we don't have a ton of options, but we're still getting it done. That's the other part of it as well. We're still getting it done, and even after that first half, which wasn't a great first half, to come out at the end of the game and go, yeah, it wasn't great, but we still got the job done. That's the critical thing. And as far as the chat about, well, is this sustainable to the end of the season? Sure. I don't see any reason why not. That's my prediction. What was my prediction going into today's game? I was a goal off it. I said 2-0, but this was what I was talking about. I don't think we're going to see many of those Arsenal and City performances for the rest of this season. I don't think we will. I think it's going to be like this to the end of the season. I think it's going to be like this to the end of the season, where sometimes it's not pretty, but we got to grind it out. We're going to have to grind out some of these wins. It's not going to be amazing to look at on the eye, but the critical thing is to get the points on the board. Get the points on the board, get into the Champions League next season. That's what it needs to be. We can have talks about sustainability later. How can we talk about sustainability? We don't even know who our coach is going to be next season, right? So at the moment, it's not sustainable because as of right now, we're not going to have a coach at the end of the season. So it's not even the talk about sustainability and is this good for the long term or what have you. At the moment, we're not looking at the long term, are we? We're not. We're looking at getting to the end of the season and qualifying for the Champions League, because that's what he's been brought in to do. And for what his remit has been so far in Michael Carrick, he is absolutely smashing it. It couldn't go much better. The only way it could have been any better is if we beat West Ham. And even that, we didn't lose that game. Apart from that, there's nothing more he could do. He has literally almost done the maximum, more than what was expected of him. And this is why I go back to, like, if you'd have said when Michael Carrick came in, because we all kind of rolled our eyes a little bit at like Michael Carrick, and we go, "Oh, Carrick from Middlesbrough." And I know he's a captain and that for us, a great player, but I don't know. If we'd have said, "Oh, by the way, when you get to the 1st of March, he won't have lost a game and he'll only have dropped 2 points away at West Ham. Every other game he'll have won. We'd have all gone, are you taking the fucking piss? Are you on crack? We're not going to win. We're not going to go unbeaten for 3 months and only drop 2 points against West Ham. Are you kidding me? No, of course not. So now that we're here, I don't think we can complain that much about it, right? We've got what we asked for. Wins, results. And like I said, first half wasn't great, but I think the idea that, we were absolutely shocking the whole game is a bit overblown. We were much better second half. We forced the issue for the penalty. It's a great goal. Šeško's header is a fantastic header. And Bruno Fernandes, I know this is, again, polarizing because that's what he is. But the guy's an animal. He's an animal. He's a monster. You want to talk about mentality monster? Bruno Fernandes scores the pen, created the pen, and created Šeško's goal. It's ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, he just is ridiculous. He is. It will still baffle me how he gets disrespected and how, that he gets the shit that he does. Is he a perfect player? Is he easy on the eye? Sometimes not, but he changes games. He changes games. He puts the games on his back and changes it, and he's involved in everything. Again, he's top of the assist charts in the Premier League this season. He's top of the assists for us, and he scored goals. I go back to, I've said it multiple times. Bruno, he'd get into any team in the Prem and in Europe, and people scoff at that. Oh, yeah, no, he wouldn't. You see some of these numbers Bruno's put down this season, and he puts it down every season. You don't think a team would want that in their team? Bruno, he is, as Flex said, he's cash money. He delivers every time. Every time. That's what he does. He's top. You know what I mean? He's top. So yeah, absolutely massive, massive. Next chapter says, being happy with all these intangibles is not sustainable. Find a way to win. Yeah, okay. When you dominate and you shithouse a few bad games, that wins the league. But if all you do is shithouse, but we haven't just shit. This is what I don't get. Like, the negativity is acting like we haven't played well throughout Michael Carrick's entire tenure, which is bullshit. If anything, the disappointment with the performances in the last couple of games is because we've played so well in the first few games under Carrick. That's where it comes from. It comes from expectation, and again, I go back to believe. It's about winning. It's about winning.
At Louise Ap Davis, 9,475 super chatted £5. It was the 2 set pieces last time we faced Palace that confirmed Bruno's crackhead energy to me.
I think, and big up Louise for the super chat. I just think that for all of this, is it sustainable? I go back to, we haven't lost a game this year. It's March. It's what they say. It's the start of spring or something like that. 3 months into 2026, we haven't lost. And we're asking, is that sustainable? If I'm on a diet and I haven't broken said diet for 3 months and someone goes, so is this sustainable? I go, I tell you what, I've done it for 3 months. I'm feeling pretty good here, I'll have my slip-ups, but this is not bad. For 3 months, it's pretty sustainable. And and also in that time, you go, yeah, but you're only beating the worst teams in the league. Oh, no, you beat the top 2 teams in the league. So that's, so because even the whole sustainable thing, it's like, oh, yeah, but when you get a big test, see what happens then. We've had big tests and we won. Like, it's very sustainable. It's been 3 months. God, can you keep up like this while I'm doing a bloody good job of it? It's 3 months in, So, yeah, like, we won. We're third. Let's look at the table again. And also, we've got no distractions, remember, folks. None. 0. We're not in anything. Our only focus is on the Prem. And as long as you get results, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. Could you imagine if we went invincible like Arsenal did in the mid-2000s? We'd probably be having discussions then. Yeah, but is it sustainable to win every game every week? We probably need to lose a few. You know what I mean? It's just mad, and it's just crazy. And that's what I go back to. People say, oh, and it's not true. They don't exist. I'm telling you There are people out there, for whatever reason, some of them are ops, some of them are trolls, but there are some very strange Manchester United fans that, for some reason, don't want us to win or aren't happy that we're winning, or even when we do win, the first thing they have to focus on is the worst thing as opposed to the fact that we won. I will never understand it. I will never get my head around it. Premier League table, I can get my head around this though. Look at this. Yes, up to third in the Premiership right there. Up to third, 51 points. Only 8 points behind City. But the reality is this is what you're looking at here. We're now above Aston Villa on goal difference, right? Remember again, we were 11 points behind. 11 points behind Aston Villa. We're now above them because we've been sustainably winning games. They have not been sustainably winning games. I don't know about you, but that run looks pretty consistent to me, doesn't it? Chelsea, look, they've got to win against Arsenal today. If they don't, gap's starting to form. And that's what we were talking about earlier on, wasn't it, guys? This is what we were talking about when we were saying that, games like today where you've got to win, not just because obviously you want to go up into third, but because we are going to drop points. You know what I mean? We will drop points eventually. We will. But when we do, we've just got to make sure it doesn't damage us as badly as it could. If we didn't win today and then we say we do lose against Newcastle on Wednesday, then it's like, oh man, the other team's going to catch up on us. Even if at some point results don't go our way, it's not a big cushion yet, but it's growing, and that's the critical thing too. To go from 15th place last season in the Premier League up to third, right, is a staggering turnaround. And on top of that, to go from when Ruben Amorim left, where were we? Were we sixth when he left? I think, was it fourth? I forget. And being 11 points off Aston Villa in third, to now 3 months later being above Aston Villa in third place in the Premier League. It's a huge achievement by Michael Carrick, his coaching staff, and his players. Absolutely huge achievement. With these players that we know, again, aren't perfect. Then we are not the best team in the league. We're not. I mean, statistically in 2026, we are in terms of matches we've won, but we're not the best team in the league. We know that. So to do what we're doing at the moment and be putting these wins together, these points on the board, it's a massive accomplishment. It's a huge accomplishment for Michael Carrick, his coaching staff, and his players. And again, I don't care how we do it. I really don't. Whether that's winning 4-0, 5-0, of course, that's the ideal way, but it doesn't bother me if it's 1-0. And the only reason it's because it's an own goal and they're down to 9 men and everyone says we scammed it and we didn't deserve it. I don't care. I don't care what we deserve. I care what happens. I mentioned it before. I am done with hypothetical FC. And it works both ways. I was done with hypothetical FC when we wouldn't win games and we did woulda, shoulda, coulda. But if we scored that goal, but if that wasn't offside, but if that decision was actually given for us, I said, well, I don't care what actually happened. What was the actual result? And it works the other way as well. I'm definitely not going to do hypothetical FC when we win games and gone, yeah, but if this didn't happen, then that would have been bad. Or if that penalty wasn't given, or if that red card didn't happen, but it didn't. Hypothetical FC, it doesn't exist. It's another reality. It's a different timeline. Woulda, shoulda, coulda when we won games. Woulda, shoulda, coulda when we didn't win games, right? Instead, we focus on what happened. What were the facts of the day? First 35 minutes, we were shit. We were rubbish. End of the first half, we were a bit better. Second half, we were much better in the second half. We forced the issue. We forced a penalty. We forced a red card. We get our goal. We get our win. We deserved it, and we move up the table, right? That's what we got today, and I think that was fair, to be honest with you. And as far as can we keep this going? Well, to be honest, technically the answer is no. Of course we can't. Of course we're not going to win every game under Michael Carrick. Of course we're not going to be unbeaten for the entirety of the rest of the season. You never know. Stranger things have happened, but probably not. And even when we do lose or drop points, it's not the end of the world. Which is why when we did drop points against West Ham, I didn't crash out then because it wasn't the end of the world. And we reacted with 2 wins in a row. And we're in very good stead. Very, very good stead at the moment. There's a lot of work to do in the summer. We need signings. We need to figure out what we're going to do with our head coach, whether it is Carrick, whether it's someone else. We need to figure that out at some point. I know they said they're waiting to the end of the season, but still take it game by game. But I mean, my goodness, if you'd have told Owen from 6 months ago. 3rd in the Prem, unbeaten in 2026, most informed team in the Prem, 2nd most informed team in Europe. I'd go, I want whatever you're having and give it to me stronger. Yeah, because that sounds pretty great. And now we've got it. You know what I mean? Now we've got it. So huge credit to Carrick, huge credit to his coaching staff, huge credit to the players, specific ones, maybe. Credit to Benjamin Šeško, whether he's coming off the bench, whether he's starting games, he's scoring goals. He is reliant on service like with any other striker, which we need to find him more because it's clear. You find Benjamin Šeško, he'll give you goals. So, but huge credit to him and huge credit for the adversities overcome because I remember early on in those first few months, again, you want to talk about fans going in. Fans were going in on Šeško. Some were of, wow, he's a waste of money and, I don't know about that. Well, look, you know, huge credit for him for bouncing back. Bruno Fernandes, like I said, is a monster, an absolute monster. He's a machine. Captain performance, fantastic. And actually, you know what? Credit to Harry Maguire because the rest of the defense was pretty shit today. I thought Maguire actually did all right. Like I said, it wasn't an amazing game. It wasn't, but I will take wins any day of the week. Any day of the week. So, yes, there you go, folks. Am I caught up when it comes to all the supers? One more here from Nesta says, love it, keep winning, and who knows? By the way, F Customs. Oh, with the shirt. Yeah. Well, Flex said he's looking at that. As far as I'm aware, we have sent it. So, yeah, I think, like I said, we might have to just do a thing where maybe we buy it from whatever the store is in the country, and then maybe that's the better way to do it. Maybe. But yes, positives, absolutely. We're up to 3rd in the Premier League, and another Premier League weekend goes by. Manchester United getting 3 points. Reminder, Flex will be having his view outside Old Trafford, along with the regulars. You get your player ratings, etc. as well. And I'll be back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. On the morning view with Flex. And unless anything changes now, that's the number, folks. That's the number. Last season, it was road to 40 points. Now it's road to 40 lemons. The number has been set. So between now and I'd probably say the end of the season, I'm not gonna hurt myself. But between now and the end of the season, gotta go for 40. We'll get 40 done, and we'll get the sentence done, and then it can be off my record, right? That's what it can be. Yes. Big up to everyone. Really appreciate everyone for locking in. I know sometimes solo shows can be a bit monotonous. That's why we like to have a co-host on these things. But today was just a scheduling thing. DJ was away on holiday, so one of those things. But he'll be back on Wednesday. Flex will be with me on Wednesday as well. So I appreciate everyone for locking in for these 4.5 hours. And we'll be back. We'll be back. And we keep putting in the wins. Asher, you're happy with the victory, aren't you? You going to speak? No, she's not. Silence. But yes, appreciate everyone for tuning in as per usual. Stay locked in for Flex's reactions, and we'll be back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Peace.